Stephanie, you are a animal welfare scientist with a PhD in animal welfare.
Animal behavior and welfare science, yeah.
Okay. So your job, and this is why I wanted to have you on, because it fascinates me, not for just dogs, but it fascinates me that you have dedicated your life, the years of college and staying up late to study and taking those hard tests and being stressed and going through that to say, like, you know what? And correct me if I'm wrong, like those cows in that field that are being brought up and grown for meat, essentially, your job is to like make that the most ethical process humanly possible that you can when you go to work, right? What does that like, because when I say this, I think that you're passionate about what you do. So when people say work for me, I'm like, this isn't work. This is what I was born to do.
Yeah.
Like, I love what I do. You can call it work. Like, how do I get paid?
Yeah.
Yeah, this. But like, so what's your daily like regimen? Like, I know it, does it?
So, well, right now, actually, I work for an animal nutrition company, like animal health and nutrition. So again, part of that same agricultural zone, but still work a lot in animal agriculture, trying to improve the health and welfare of animals as best we can.
So are you like contracted then? Like, are you freelance kind of?
No. I'm actually with a company, so.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm the animal welfare manager, so make sure that we always include animal welfare into our portfolio so that everything's done as, ethically and sustainably as possible. I think because nowadays more so than ever, animal welfare is an issue. Like, no matter what sector of business you're in, animal welfare and sustainability, environmental sustainability, those things are like baked into any business right now. So it's really important to make sure that you, like any company, has representation for that, to make sure that they're doing things ethically if they're going to be working with animals. So.
Yeah. And also too, like my friend does she's an animal trainer for like films and Hollywood and stuff. And so it kind of reminded me of that as she was telling me that when she goes on set to film like a commercial, she'll do everything from like, Aaron Rodgers, like I think Ford or whatever with a vehicle and like a healer to like actual movies. And she was telling me like the amount of animal welfare officers or organizations or affiliates that are there just to make sure that the dog or whatever animals on set is like, because I think back in the day it wasn't as regulated.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Things are much tighter now. There's a lot more oversight. There's regulations. There's a lot of protection that's baked into things nowadays, as it should be.
Yeah.
So
as it should be, right? Yeah. So, and then you vary from like everything, like I said, from like livestock slaughter. Like the companies have to do that, like
transport, like all sorts of things, any type of handling. But that's one thing. And then there's the passion, which is how do we apply that to dogs and training, and to some degree breeding, because we breed German Shepherds as well, right? So we always want to make sure, are they healthy? Are they functional? Are they, happy, intelligent, and courageous, and they're not cowering in the corner, full of fear and anxiety with all sorts of health issues. So all these things come together, you know what I mean? Like they're all connected.
Yeah, and so you kind of like never clock out, right? And
never. Like 2:00 in the morning, I'm thinking about animals.
Yeah, good for you.
Quite literally.
Well, I'm
sleep deprived.
Yeah, I'm happy. I think most. So you're a trainer, right? Mm-hmm. And so to give people context, we are in Toronto.
We are in Toronto.
We are in Canada, and I wanted to have this conversation with you mainly because the holidays are about to kick up and I'm about to do a tour with my friend Forrest Mickey in Australia. And so I wanted to have this conversation sooner than later, just because like I've really enjoyed, as my career has changed and evolved and shifted to all these different things. Like I really like having these conversations. And so we're in Toronto. And so you co-own Black Kraken Canine.
Yeah.
And then, so what do you guys like? What do you? I know you
trainer and breeders.
Okay.
So
shepherds. Yeah,
we're breeders of working line German Shepherds, and we also have a training facility as well.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. And that's kind of not in the Toronto area, but it's an hour
It's up in in Ontario. It's up in a little city called Cloyne.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Is it like mountainy up there?
It is sort of in the middle of nowhere. 180 acres of Canadian forest.
Wow. That sounds
perfect for dogs.
That sounds absolutely incredible.
Yeah, super cool.
How long have you been training with dogs? Like what got you?
Well, Black Kraken, we're into our 5th going on to 6th year. So we've been doing that, but been training prior to that, obviously, which is how we got into this in the first place. It's like, why don't we actually do something with this? You know, instead of making it just sort of a part-time passion, it's how do we make something a little bit more with that, which is how we came to be. So I'm quite happy with it.
I talk to a lot of like people who get into breeding. Were you guys just like, we can't find good dogs? Like, were you like, let's just build our own lineage? How did that?
Yeah, and I think so. I remember watching just YouTube, you know, watching videos of like shepherds and whatnot, and all these insane videos. I remember there was one where this guy like picked up his dog, like 100-pound shepherd, because it didn't want to go up the escalator. You know what I mean? And you'd see all these comments of people saying, "Oh, poor dog, he's scared. What a great owner. You know, he's showing how much he cares." I'm like, that to me was like awful. I'm like, are you kidding me? Mm-hmm. This is a shepherd. He should be protecting me, not the other way around. Like, what happened to the functionality? My goodness. Like, where are the nerves? Where's the courage? Where's the what a shepherd ought to be? Do you know what I mean? And then same with like some of the show lines that have really, some of them have gotten into some sort of anatomy. I don't even know what's going on, you know, like the massive angulation with those crazy back legs. They look completely not functional. Yeah. Like, how do we, oh my God, you know, can we fix this? Can we contribute to this in a better way to make a more functional, healthy, solid dog? So,
what is like, I try to, you know, I kind of stay in my lane, right? So I'm definitely an expert in behavior and helping dogs and coaching dog owners. And so like my clients, I try to explain to my clients and to the people, like there's a significant difference between a working line shepherd, a show line shepherd, a mixed breed. Like, what are, like, from somebody who breeds German shepherds, how long have you been like working with them, like shepherds?
So just shepherds alone, like over 10 years.
Okay.
Just got my first shepherd like 13, 14 years ago, right? And he was an absolute mess. An absolute mess. That's when I didn't know anything, right? I look back now and I was like, I think of him affectionately and I love him to death and I wouldn't have traded anything. But I look back at my first shepherd and I got to tell you, he is everything a shepherd should not be. You know what I mean? It's like, I love him, but he had every trait that a shepherd should not have. Like extreme fear, anxiety, like out the roof, terrified of everything, no courage, weak nerves. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Poor knees. Like he was it was just a mess. And it's like, I thought he was such a great example to show me how, like, these are the things we don't want to perpetuate. We don't want to have dogs where people say, oh, you've got a nice looking dog. Let's breed them. And it's like, no, that's horrible.
Yeah. What's underneath too. Right?
Yeah. It's like, what should we be breeding for? Right. Breeding shouldn't just be, you've got a pretty dog. I got a pretty dog. Let's put it together and make some money. Like that's not the way it should be done. Like, it's like genetics really matters. It's like, look through the pedigree, look at what the parents can do. Like, what makes this dog breed worthy? We're not going to breed a dog unless there are traits that we think are outstanding that we'd like to see in the next generation.
Yeah. Don't you see a lot of that though? Like, just like exactly what you said is like, this is a good looking dog. This is an interesting looking dog or whatever. Like you see a lot of the Frenchy colors, the colorations now coming out.
Merles and whites and blues and all these crazy things.
So it's like, it's definitely a money grab, right? Like these people I don't want to say they don't care about their dogs. I mean, I'm sure there's some out there that, you know, we've seen those cases, right? Where it's like, there's somebody who just breeds them, puts them out back. Maybe they eat, maybe they don't. Keep them alive, pump out puppies, sell them. But I think I think education is probably the biggest contributing factor to somebody who buys a dog.
Yeah.
And says like, wow, that's a good looking dog. I get so many compliments, right? But there's things that dog owners don't understand. And I always tell people like, I'm a dog owner and lover first. And then I became a professional, and I'm an expert in behavior and human coaching. And so I understand where you're like, oh, let's like, this is good looking. Let's make this happen.
And it's $500 more for the one blue eye. Like, how ridiculous is that? You know what I mean? Or people who charge an extra $1,000 for the solid black. It's like, are you kidding me?
Well, that's when you know it's about like looks. But what I was gonna say is like, from a dog owner standpoint, like, because I'm not into breeding or anything, I understand it, right? I'm in the world so heavily every day. Like, I get it probably a lot more than the average, but dog owners don't understand genetics. Looks on the outside is not all of why you should buy a dog. There's genetics below, like there's hips, there's elbows, there's longevity, there's cancer, there's temperament, which is huge.
Yeah.
So, I did this, man, this is going to be a good conversation because I have a lot to go over with you. So, for the dog owners out there, right? Like, these are things that they're not seeing. Like,
No,
you see like a really beautiful, like sable German Shepherd.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, wow, this is beautiful. Yeah. And so the person's like, man, my dog's like really good looking. So, and then you might get somebody on Facebook or Instagram to say like, hey, I got a female.
Let's do it.
Let's do this. Like, maybe we can make some money.
I know. Well, we've had a lot of people actually email us like pictures of their dogs. Here's my male. Here's my female. Can we do this? And it's like
a dating app.
I know. It's like, why though? Why?
So what are some things as like somebody who's more into the, forget your PhD aside, like you breed shepherd. So like, what are things that dog owners should be looking for when they're even thinking about breeding their dog, and B, if you want to buy a shepherd, you want to buy a Great Dane, you want to buy a Frenchie, what are questions and things that you should be looking for? Because the reason why I'm asking and why it's so important is because the devastation of a dog becoming aggressive and biting your kids after 3 years, and you have to get rid of it or euthanize it, or you have to euthanize your dog because at 7 they got cancer, or you have to euthanize your dog because at 10 they got hip dysplasia. So what should dog owners be looking for? Like, what is it?
First, they should choose the right breed.
Yeah.
And that's huge. People get that wrong all the time because they go on aesthetics. They're like, that's a good looking dog. Like, look at that beautiful dog, like walking down the street. They have no idea. They treat dogs all the same, but they're not. Like, breeds are different for a reason. It's not just an aesthetic thing. Like, a well-bred X breed is very different from a well-bred Y breed in terms of temperament, energy levels, what you should expect them to be and how they develop. You know what I mean? And it's like the whole aesthetics thing has just gone crazy, where people just don't even realize there are massive temperament differences. And you got to choose a dog based on your lifestyle and your experience level and your energy levels and how much you're willing to commit to the needs of the dog, right? And so, and to your point, temperament, super, super important, right? Really important. In health, you should be looking for breeders that do health testing, that do genetic testing. We do genetic testing. I'll take a swab and send it off to a lab.
What are you looking for?
So for shepherds, we'll look for DM, right? And DM actually has there's no cure for that. And it shows up later on with like paralysis in the back end, maybe at 8 or whatever. And there's no reason why dogs should have that these days when we have DNA. Like, we have genetic tests. Maybe 50 years ago when that thing wasn't commercially available, people weren't testing for that type of thing. Sure. But that's not an excuse anymore. I can absolutely test for that, so why don't we? It's like $50. I can do the test, send it off, and get the genetic results, right? And so that's really important. And every breed has certain things that they might have a propensity for. So you want to make sure that breeder is cognizant of those types of things, does a full panel, looks at the health. And that's just the health, right? What kind of tests can they do? for x-rays, genetic tests, and then there's the temperament, super important. Like, what are the parents like? What were they developed for? Why do you have those dogs, right? Like, are you a farmer and you've got sheep and you need dogs to herd them? You know what I mean? Or are you legitimately a dude who just wants to come home and watch Netflix? You know what I mean? And you need a dog to lie on the couch with you and be loved. It's different from like our dogs. I'm telling you, like people are like, and we like to joke. It's like, if you don't already have stress, our dogs will give you stress. You know what I mean? High energy. They have a lot of demand. They're like dogs that need a job. They have to have a job. And I know people say that a lot, but it's honest to God, the truth is if they don't have a job and you don't make them work mentally and physically, they will be your worst nightmare. And so we don't just, sell our dogs to just anyone. They have to have a purpose on why they want this dog. Are you going to do protection work? Are you going to get into titled sports? Are you going to, like, what is your lifestyle where training is not a thing to be had done and over with? Like, hey, we're doing 6 weeks of training. I can't wait till it's over. It's like, no, we want our dogs to go to people where training is a lifestyle. They're getting the dog because they want to train, not because they want to get it over with.
Do you interview those people to make sure? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's people who don't, right? And I think, what you touched on about genetics and temperament is like really big. Because from a behavioral standpoint, as a trainer, that's like the most heartbreaking thing. Because my job, like I am not in the dog business. I'm in the people business, right? Because I'm a professional who has this gift from whoever, God or whatever you believe in. Like it's easy for me to diagnose and then actually make changes in a dog. Like it's as easy. And I really don't like saying it out loud because I don't want to sound pompous or anything. It's just the reason why I say it is because it's easy for me to do those things naturally, like it is for some athletes or musicians to pick up a guitar or shoot a basketball. Like it just comes to them. Genetics, I guess. So my point is like when somebody gets a dog and at age 3, or usually we see it at sexual maturity. So depending on the breed, between 8 months to 12 months, we start to see like all out of a sudden, out of nowhere. Yeah. And I'm like, it's not, I know what you're thinking is you're thinking out of nowhere. And I'm thinking like, okay, does your dog have balls between their legs? Because that matters. Like those types of things people don't think about. But my point is it's heartbreaking for me as somebody who understands what the dog is doing. And that's why we have like this no bad dogs, right? There's all these crotchety old dog people that are like, no bad dogs. What a joke. That guy doesn't know anything about dogs if that's his philosophy. And the real goal of no bad dogs is just a generalized understanding that if there's a problem with your dog behaviorally, it's likely caused by you. And
absolutely.
So it's devastating for me because I'm looking at, we have there's this one case where, and Abby probably remembers this Malinois that came in. It was like it's like a shelter dog, or she got the dog for her parents or something happened. And she came in and she was like, I love this dog, but he's an asshole.
Yeah.
I'm like,
a shelter Malinois.
Yeah. I was like, okay.
Could you get something more difficult and challenging?
So my point is like, it's hard for me because I'm like, okay, you're trying to put a triangle in a square hole and I have to coach and train a non-professional with a really difficult dog, which is very challenging. But genetics also play a huge role in like, your family surroundings. Like I have a 1-year-old walking and crawling around now. Like my breed choice in the future is going to change and already has changed. And my watchful eye is grown more now that I have, a Dutchie at home, and these things change, but you just have to remember that genetics for dog owners who don't understand it. If you want a dog and you're going to say like, I want one of your shepherds. Yeah. They're beautiful. I train. And I'm like, can I come see mom and dad? And you're like, nah, they're kind of mean. You'd be like, okay, well, these are conversations, right? That dog owners should be asking. Like, can I see mom and dad? Because that if mom is 6 foot tall and dad is 7 feet tall, that puppy's going to be tall. Right? That's genetics. You can't change it. There's no way that offspring is going to be a short person. You know what I mean? So, right. Those are things that dog owners should be asking normal dog owners who aren't interested in maybe a working line Malinois or even a shepherd, like you should be able to walk on premises with an appointment with the breeder and say like, I'd love to meet mom and dad. Like that should be a given, right? Okay. So
yeah, you need to be able to check that out, right? And if you want to ask for the pedigree, that you should be able to produce that. If you want to ask about, health status, you should be able to produce that. Like, it shouldn't be a secret.
Exactly. And I see that a lot where they'll say, well, they wouldn't let me see the mom or they wouldn't let me see the dad. And I understand gray areas of like, well, were they in the whelp box? Was dad? Like, these things I understand. Like, that's the thing about, I think, dogs and animals in general is there's so much generalization that we do. And it's easy to take things out of context in any degree. But those are conversations. Like if a dog owner is interested in a breed, I used to say like you get what you pay for, but that's not the case anymore. Like you said, like, oh, I'll pay an additional $1,500 because the dog has one blue eye.
Yeah.
That's going to look really good on my Instagram.
Yes.
And those are
like, oh God.
Those are things like, but it does play a role. Like if you're buying your puppy out of somebody's trunk in a Walmart parking lot at 2 a.m.
I was going to talk about the Walmart exchange. I have heard of people do that.
I've heard of it.
I've literally heard of that. It's like, I'm going to meet you in the parking lot of Walmart. Here's your puppy.
Do your dogs live with you?
At the kennel, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So okay. One cool thing before I forget, because I'm like all over the place usually, is one of my staff, one of my trainers told me this breeder had this really cool like clause, I guess, in their contract where they said, you're going to pay a sport deposit or something like that. I'm butchering this, but you're going to get the idea in a second. So they paid this like sport deposit. It's like $500, an additional sport deposit. And that means that like once they go out and get their level 1, and for dog owners who are listening, watching, level 1 in like dog sports is like your first grade. Like you pass the first level. And in a lot of sports like Mondio ring or French ring or even like barn hunting or agility or fly ball or dock diving, there's all these different levels of competition. Like 1, 2, and 3 usually, or like PSA or something. And so this is cool because they said once you get your level 1 in whatever you're doing, we'll give you that deposit.
We'll give you money back, yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yes, I have heard of that.
Because it's a nice incentive
It is a nice incentive.
We know this puppy.
Yeah.
And we know that this dog needs to work. And I think work, is overcomplicated to dog owners where they're like, work, because you tell somebody like you got to work, they're immediately like,
I don't want to do it.
I don't want to work.
Yeah,
just work 60 hours. I got 2 kids. I got bills to pay. Like I don't want to. Last thing I want to do is work again.
Yeah.
But what are the things that you do with your dogs that you would consider work? And for me, it's just like getting them to think.
Mental stimulation of any type. Just even do like rapid fire 10 minutes of obedience. Do you know what I mean? Make them work for their food, for example, instead of just free feeding and like food just comes from the floor. You can do like super simple things at home, like, scent work, nose work, making them work for their food. And then you go to club, on the weekends, whether it is you're working for PSA or for, Schutzhund or IGP or any of those types of things. And you take it further. Do you know what I mean? Like, but they have to be worked to some degree. And that's both physical and mental, right? And when you put those two things together, that's where like the magic really happens, right? Because they really get that energy out. They feel good. It helps create that bond. You feel closer with your dog. Like it's amazing.
It is amazing. And I think it's the same thing with people too. Like the more you develop a working relationship with somebody, the more you can trust them, the more you can communicate with them, the more you understand them. But if it's a one-dimensional relationship,
you only get to see that one side, right?
Or just like, with humans too, it's like if you're dating or seeing somebody for one thing, whether it's love, affection, money, whatever, it's like it's not full circle.
Right.
It's
not complete.
Somebody's getting used here. And for dogs, I think what it comes down to sometimes is like you get a dog because you want to have a big, scary dog, but you don't want to do big, scary dog shit.
Right.
You have to do that.
And that's the problem.
Yeah.
And that's when they end up in the shelter.
And then, so this dog's sitting there like, well, what did I do?
Right.
I mean, I'm an intact Rottweiler or I'm a whatever. And and so working your dog, I think, is overwhelming for dog owners. And so I always explain it to extent of like most dogs have two engines. They have a mental engine and they have a physical engine, and you have to start them both up, and you have to drive them in order for that gas tank to come down.
Yeah.
And if you, because a lot of people will just work physical.
Yes.
Because that's the easiest.
Yes.
And that's the
just
most.
chuck it.
Yes.
Chuck it. Chuck it.
That's the most notable.
Yeah.
And I'll chuck it with my dog all day long, but I also understand that I have to mix in some obedience. So for dog owners, it's important to understand like what does that mean? Like mental stimulation. That means you want your dog to think about that. You want to test them.
Yeah.
I'm going to test you. Like when we were kids or young, it was like ready, set, ghost. You're like, oh, no, that wasn't it. Okay. Ready, set, go. You're like, oh, no, that wasn't. You're looking for go, right? You're testing them to make, and but the thing is they're thinking.
Yes.
Think.
Just make them think. Just make them think.
It's simple.
And it's funny because we'll have like a client that'll come and say, I can't drain the energy out of this dog. Like we started out with half-hour walk, and then we do 1 hour walks, and now we're doing 90 minutes. And he's still like, he'll come home, go to sleep, boom, 5 minutes later, he's ready to go again. Like I can't drain the energy out of this dog. Well, this dog can play fetch for like 2 hours straight, doesn't go down. But then you'll work him mentally and do some obedience, and he'll sleep the rest of the day. Yeah. And it blows their mind. They're like, I've never seen him sleep like that before. It's like, yeah, because you've never actually used his mind. Thinking actually requires energy. It's amazing.
It's amazing how easy it is.
Yeah.
Because again, people like from a behavioral standpoint, like my job as a professional, and as somebody who is, my job is to make dogs' lives better with their owners and vice versa. And so a lot of the conversations we have when people have problems with their dogs, specifically behavioral problems, is what are you doing with your dog? And if they aren't doing the work, I'm going to look really bad, and or you're going to look really bad because I'm going to show you what your dog is capable of really quickly.
Yeah.
5-10 minutes. Yeah. 5-10 minutes. I'm going to start, whipping around a tug and doing a prey pull and teasing the dog a little bit with some food, and the dog's like, boom, 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 boom. And the dog owners are going to be like, holy burp. And you're like, so it's just frustrating for dog owners for that reason. But from a professional standpoint, like I won't even work with them in the program typically because the baseline fundamental outletting of both mental and physical stimulation is not being exerted enough. And so it's like going to a personal trainer and saying you want to lose 50 pounds, but you're not interested in either exercise,
going to the gym,
or you can't get off McDonald's and ice cream at night.
Right.
And I'm like, well, I can help you.
Yes.
And that's part of I think that's the biggest part about dog trainers, in the spectrum of dog trainers, is you have to understand our job, in the United States, President Biden's dog just bit, I think, the 11th or 12th person. And so, yeah, not good. One of the things that I got called on, because I do a lot of TV in the States. I've just kind of become that, let's talk to this person about what's going on as the expert, right? So one of the things I said is even if I went in there and trained, or Cesar Millan or Joe Schmo down the road went in and trained, it doesn't matter who goes in and trains this dog.
You gotta maintain it.
You gotta maintain it, but it's the president ultimately has the call.
Yep.
Because, and as you know, as a trainer / somebody who works with breeding protocols, and you have a communication level with your puppy owners throughout their life, I would assume. And I'm going to be able to take that dog as a professional and make it look really good, really quick, right? That's my job. That's what we should be able to do. But if the dog owner isn't doing the work, doesn't matter.
It's going to degrade really quickly. It's like a board and train. They can drop it off, 4-6 weeks. They go back looking like a star. And then a month later, it will literally all fall apart. All fall apart. 100%. And we can tell. We'll be like, well, you didn't do the homework. And it's exactly like what you said. And I like to use that analogy too, about going to the gym and losing weight, because that's something everybody can relate to. Right? It's like, I can be your personal trainer and I'll tell you how to get that 6-pack abs and look great in that dress or whatever, right? But you have to do the work. You have to. And you can't cheat. And I'm going to know if you did it or not. right?
Yeah, dogs.
It's very obvious.
You can't cheat with dogs.
You can't cheat with dogs.
It's like the relationship between an architect and a builder, right? Like they're gonna design it.
Yeah.
You have
got to
build
build it. Yeah.
And I just thought of that because all this construction going on over here. But it's typically how I.
But the people are like that. They think that, like, okay, it comes back trained. And somehow it requires no maintenance and it's just going to stay that way. Like, no, it's an animal. It's a living, breathing, sentient animal, just like you and me. And you have to maintain it. You have to.
Yeah. It's your job.
It's your job. It's going to fall apart. Why would it not?
Yeah. And in that, we do a board and train program, and our board and train program is, I think the lowest end is like 3 weeks. We used to have a 2 week, but now we just kind of reserve that for follow-ups.
Yeah.
People who want to go on vacation, their dog is already really great with us. So we're like, yeah, we'll tune them up. But that is a big misconception. And it unfortunately falls back down on the dog training company when it really shouldn't. And I've been like, in my head, I'm always like, customer's always right. And I'm like, I don't know, because yes and no, there's always going to be respect. There's always going to be being professional.
Yeah.
But I've had to have some really downright like uncomfortable conversations with dog owners because it's blatant like blaming. And I'm like, when it gets a good point of what you said is like, as a dog trainer, like our job for a board and train is to basically get things up to speed. Like that's our job, is like do the basics, do the thresholds, do the reps, get things up to speed. And then when we send videos and pictures to, somebody comes in for reactivity, whatever, we send videos and pictures to the dog owners. It's like, okay, great. But then when the dog goes back to the dog owner, and if we get any type of regression, it's natural because they're not professionals.
Yeah.
And they already have this unhealthy relationship, which is what created the problem in the
Yes.
first place.
Yeah.
It's a problem solution type thing. And it's hard for us because we want to be kind and respectful, and we are, but it's at the same time, like I had this conversation with this dog owner, and it's very rare that I have to call a client. Very rare. Very rare. Like my business, like the Upstate Canine Academy and Nick, the Tom Davis No Bad Dogs brand are one, but they're also very separate. Like I'm not in there training every day. I go in like once or twice a month, talk with the staff, make sure we're good, film some stuff. Like it's my brick and mortar thing that I created when I was working 80 hours a week for a long time. And now I'm doing things like this and doing seminars and things. But I had this conversation where the guy said, well, we brought our dog back home, and this isn't this particular conversation I'll talk about, but just in general, like, our dog isn't as obedient as we thought. And we would say, well, because we always send videos, and this is just generalized for dog trainers in general. Like we'll send videos of your dog doing all these things, right? Your dog is doing all the things. Like my dog was reactive, now we're not. There's dogs running around. Yeah. There's play groups going on. The dog is downing and staying and placing, and they're just happy as a clam. And then we get that email or that call. It's like, well, my dog isn't doing that.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, we always do follow-ups for life for free too.
Yeah.
Any dog that leaves our facility is always going to be stamped by one of my trainers that I trust. They've been with me for 4 or 5 years, most of them. And so I know that if the dog isn't where they need to be to go home, we always say like, hey, we're going to hold the dog for an extra week or whatever.
Yeah.
And then when they go home, we're like, all right, we're good. Everything that you came in for, we're checked off. But again, like when things regress, it's natural because your relationship started it. But it's just one of those things that's frustrating because I understand where they're coming from. Because they're like, I just brought my car to the mechanic. You're the professional. Yeah. You fixed it. Yeah. And now it's making that noise again. Yeah. And I'm like, that's not how dog training works.
I know, they're not cars. This happens all the time.
Computers.
Yeah, but even cars need tune-ups, right? You got to still put an oil change in the thing. Yep. You know what I mean? And maintain the tires. Like even something as inanimate as a car needs to be maintained. It doesn't perform and look the same way as the day you drove it off the lot.
Yeah, so that's just a thing that we see often in, the relationship. And that's why it's like, I try to be open and honest and try to advocate and use whatever platform that I do have to tell people, like, stick up for yourself. Like, you don't have to be like, oh, they're unhappy, refund, we're sorry, we're the bad guy. Yeah, if you're a scumbag and you're not actually training a dog, then yeah, that's going to happen. But that's going to come up anywhere. Like, people are going to call you out on that shit. Yeah. But, that happens. And we have very strict contracts. And we go over in our consultation, like, hey, our job is to get your dog to where you want your dog to be. Your job is
to maintain that.
Yeah. To take the torch and go on. And if your dog performs beautifully here, and then you take the dog and then everything falls apart,
the onus is on you. Absolutely, because you can show what they can do.
It's a very clear variable.
Absolutely.
Right? It's like, okay, this is hot, that sucks. This is cold, that doesn't suck. Which one sucks? This one for sure. Like, it's very clear that is what's causing the problem. And so I guess it's just like, it's hard for dog trainers. I'm sure you deal with it too in your profession too, outside of dog training and breeding, that we have to be honest and upfront. And I think that, like, dog trainers all the time will ask me, like, how do you do this and how do you do that? And I get it, because I wish I had all the trainers that are on YouTube now when I started, right? I had a handful of Michael Ellis, Tyler Muto, Forrest Mickey, some trainers that were just, I was like, wow, soaking that up. Now we have so much more. We have courses, we have seminars to attend, we have TikTok, and it's good and bad, right? Obviously, you got to read between the lines. But it's just important for dog trainers out there, because your mental health can go to shit because people will make you feel a certain way.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, you didn't do this and you didn't. And you're like, I did all of that. Like, I don't, like, there's video footage. Like, you were really happy and then things fell apart. You have to look at, and that's why, anyway, it's a rabbit hole, but that's why we always do like free follow-ups, because, but anyway, that's just such a thing. Dog owners have to realize that.
The maintenance
and things like that. And, one of the things I really wanted to dive in with you in particular is the ecosystem of dog training in general, and how confusing it is for dog owners. Maybe even how confusing it is for dog trainers. People who are just starting off, people who are trying to figure out their weight and like what's right and what's wrong. And, I've been doing this now professionally for over a decade, and I don't know everything. I don't act like I know everything. I always tell people, like, whenever I do seminars, I'm like, I'm a student. My goal is to learn more about dogs in this than you guys. That's my job. That's how I sharpen my tools. And if I'm out there getting better every conversation I have with a dog owner every day for years and years and years and years and years, I'm going to ultimately be really good at what I want to do, which is help dogs. And so the landscape that we're in with dog training is really, it's political, but that's not even fair to say, because every landscape is political. Everything. Like, these guys that are sawing concrete, I could go ask them, like, what's the big politics in your industry? And they're going to say,
be a thing.
Oh, well, oh, man, hold up, smoking cigarettes. Like, let me tell you, there's this one side that believes that diamond plate blades are and I'm telling you, right now, I have, and it's like, okay, so it's not even, it's fair to say, like, the dog training space is political, because every single industry is political. And I think we got to define political. And I think that means is you're going to have one person or one idea that's going to disagree with the other. And they're both going to think they're right.
Yes.
But for somebody like yourself, who's an animal welfare scientist with a PhD and literally dedicated your life to help animals live a healthier life, where do you, like, for dog owners, and that's always been my job, is to try to hold their hand and navigate them, to say, like, hey, like my son, like, hot, safe, cold. Okay. I know from being a mature, reasonable adult that I can walk my son through things and let him know this is not okay, this is okay. And that's my job. And I feel that's been like a big passion of mine with dog owners. And I feel so bad. I truly feel bad for them, because let's say you get a dog. You get a random shelter dog, whatever, you adopted. And that dog is pulling on the leash, jumping up in the air, spinning around, barking habitually, over-aroused, overstimulated, won't listen to anything. And then you're like, what do I do? And of course, I think today's society and culture, the first thing we do is we say, okay,
look it up.
How do I train my dog to do? And then you'll start with articles and maybe videos and blogs and podcasts and
your neighbor,
and your
mother,
your vet, neighbor. your sister, the squirrels down the road, how they feel about dogs. So, that's something I'm really interested in picking your brain on, because for dog owners out there, it's a very confusing place.
It's a minefield.
Minefield.
It's totally it's a total minefield. And it sucks. It really does.
Yeah.
Because of what this crazy dichotomy that's happened in the past few years, especially, I'd say, maybe 5 years, where there's this, I don't even know what you would call it, but there's like this force-free, never correct your dog, it's cruel, and then everyone else.
Right.
Which, if you're not part of that, then you're basically made to feel like an asshole. Sorry, but that's how it feels like. You know what I mean? And what's really dangerous about that is, I think for people who are at the end of their ropes or leash,
No pun intended.
no pun intended, and they want some help and they're told otherwise, those people are made to feel guilty, which is awful. You know what I mean? It's like, so I had a friend who, honestly, easy dog. It was just literally like a massive leash pulling, no respect kind of, totally could use a prong collar for some easy corrections, obviously built into a program, that type of thing. She didn't want to do it because she was afraid of being judged by her neighbor. And she continued to fight with this dog for, I'm not kidding you, 2 years. Until finally she came back and asked me for help. I'm like, look, we could have dealt with this 2 years ago, but she was at the end of her rope. Why? Because the dog actually ended up biting her mother-in-law and was scratching her up. And then it was like, now it's too much, right? Because the mother-in-law got scratched up and needs to be on antibiotics actually because she got scratched up. So it's like, okay, now it's a real problem. So we did that. We introduced some proper use of tools, and then we saw this magical transformation happen, like magical transformation. And she said to me, she's like, I wish I had listened to you 2 years ago. Like I felt like we've wasted 2 years. And I don't know about you, but I feel like that's one of those things that happens quite often when people get pushed to the point where they literally feel like they have no other option, and then they find out there is a better way to do it, and then they're like, I don't know why I waited this long. Do you know what I mean? Because they felt like the neighbor was judging them, people were pointing at them, made them feel like they were an animal abuser, that they're lazy, that they don't know how to train, or they're uneducated. Like, these are the types of words that are being used against people who want to explore a more balanced training method. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's so unfair. It's so easy to get taken away by that narrative and that ideology, because let's face it, like, we love dogs.
Yeah.
That's why we have them. That's why we bring them into our homes and make them family members, because we love them. Who honestly wants to hurt dogs? Nobody, unless you're a crazy psychopath. Do you know what I mean? But the average normal, reasonable person loves their dog, and of course you want to protect them. Of course you want to do the best for them. Of course you want to give them the best quality of life. Why would you want to hurt your dog, right? And so when you've got words and verbiage that says, why would you want to hurt your dog? Why would you want to ruin your bond? Why would you want, like, don't use this tool because it'll ruin your bond. It'll shut your dog down. It will cause fear. It will cause aggression. It will cause mistrust. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All of these words, they're horrible. Why would you want to do that, right? So you would want to protect your dog and say, well, I'm not going to be one of those people because I love my dog. I don't want to hurt my dog, right? So there's that, and you get taken by, like, these, they tug on your heartstrings, they become very emotive, and they use some weird guilt and shame trip to put you into that train of thought. And they don't allow you to explore what's on the other side. And so one of the things that I hear the word science-based a lot, like, oh, we use science-based methods, or like force-free is science-based or is evidence-based. Like, that just makes me cringe nowadays, because the word science-based and the term science-based or evidence-based used to actually mean something. Like, it had rigor to it before, you know? I just feel like it's a marketing, like, term that people throw out now that just doesn't even have any meaning anymore, and it makes me cringe.
Is it offensive to you as a scientist?
I don't know if it's offensive. I just feel like it's lost its value. Like, it doesn't mean anything. So when I think about evidence-based, okay, so here, let's talk about what
pull
evidence.
the mic a little closer to you.
Let's talk about evidence-based. Okay, what does that mean? Well, it means evidence. Like, what evidence is there to show that something works or doesn't work? Okay, so let's take force-free, for example, and there's all this evidence to show that positive reward and the use of positive reward works really well to train a dog, makes a happy dog, increases your bond, they're very happy to work, the dog's not afraid of you, they're going to be more likely to show you new behaviors and explore new things, right? Mm-hmm. True. I would not disagree with that. I'm sure you would not disagree with that. Who would disagree with that? Absolutely true. And so they're like, and then they'll say, okay, so that's one piece of evidence. Cool, let's put that up here. And there's also evidence showing that the use of a particular tool, so let's just say an e-collar, for example, or a prong collar or slip, or whatever it is that you want to use, an aversive tool that they call it, right? The use of that tool, there's evidence showing that when you use that tool, it has been known to cause fearful behavior or physiological stress or dogs shutting down or dogs showing fear, right? And I have no doubt that there actually is evidence to show that. No kidding. Like if you, there is evidence of that. And I'm not going to deny that that's the case, right? Because there has been tools like that being misused that does lead to those types of negative consequences and repercussions that we all want to avoid.
Long term.
Right?
Yeah.
So we've got evidence that that good stuff works, and we also have evidence that that other stuff can cause really bad things. Boom, we put it together, it's evidence-based, it's science-based, that we shouldn't use like a balanced approach and we shouldn't use these tools. Easy. It's so convincing. What they don't show you is the evidence where when applied properly, it does work really well. Like, there is evidence out there for that. Your dog would be an evidence. My dog would be evidence. Why isn't that evidence ever taken into account? That's the problem. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I keep hearing this thing about it ruins your, like if you give a dog a correction, it's going to ruin your relationship with your dog. It creates mistrust. The dog shuts down. Meanwhile, there's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, let's say a canine officer, for example, who uses those tools, have an incredibly strong bond with their dog. Very loving, very strong, very solid, you know what I mean? Where their relationship, because they live and work together sometimes, that dog can't perform if they shut down or are full of fear. You know what I mean? That dog can't do its work if those things actually happen. So I don't understand why, when we have clear evidence where people who do use certain tools get wonderful results, who have dogs that are friendly, that are social, that are calm, that are relaxed, that are confident and happy to work, and have a great positive outlook, those dogs are never used as evidence, right? Like my dog right now, if he were here, he'd be lying upside down, belly up, tail wagging, you know, tongue out the side, looking all silly, trying to ask for affection or giving me kisses. Your dog would probably come to you on his own volition, giving you affection, you know, giving you attention, not running away from you, not cowering in the corner. It's like, look at the dog in front of you. Like, look, use your own eyes and like, look at the evidence in front of you. Why doesn't that ever count as evidence? Is what I'm saying. So when I hear evidence-based, I'm like, well, what about the other evidence?
Yeah. And as a scientist, because I'm not a scientist, like I don't know what's involved in, I'm very ignorant when what's involved in what you can say is science. And so as a scientist, that's something like, you know, I've kind of gotten over the idea of, you know, because you'll lose your mind trying to, there's a quote of like, I can't remember what it is and I'll butcher it, but it's like, you're going to lose your mind talking to somebody that isn't open to hearing what you have to say. Yeah. And so I've kind of, I used to be like that. I was like, somebody would come in with a dog that was pulling, an elderly, disabled, handicap, war veteran that lost their leg for our country. And they couldn't handle the dog that was in front of them in less than 45 minutes. The dog is loosely heeling, tail's wagging, dog's super happy. The owner's crying with a prong collar. And at what point, and I guess my point is I'm not interested to say I'm right and you're wrong. I'm more interested in helping dog owners out there that are truly and dog trainers that are truly looking for what is working and not interested in joining a side or not interested in joining a cult or not interested in joining an ideology, because it's not mentally safe. It's not real. It's not like there's variances in life. There's context in life.
Yeah.
But from a scientist standpoint, if I give you, which we have, thousands of 4K pieces of information about how the evidence in front of you has been helpful long-term. We get emails from clients all the time just still telling us how amazing it is to live the life that they want to live because of the training we've done. And tools are just a product of, it's just a stepping stone for the handler.
Yeah.
Like, why is it not evidence? Like, why isn't it?
You know why? Probably because it's not in published literature. So if you want to get really, rigorous about it, they're like, well, there's no science showing that. So the dogs that we just talked about, those amazing relationships, those, amazing dogs that have a great quality of life, they're not included in those published pieces of literature. And there's also reason for that too.
Can you define, could you, I don't know if this is possible, but I really would like to know. Could you define science? Like when we say science, like, and again, this is for me, this is for people who are listening when they see this thing on somebody's profile that says science-based dog trainer. Because we could argue like,
what does that mean, right? So, okay, one of the things, I can't give you a definition of what science is, but I can tell you the approach that would be a scientific approach. One of the approaches, and we can talk about several different things, but one of them is defining. Asking a hypothesis that is non-biased. You should be able to ask questions. You should be able to have a natural curiosity to uncover facts without bias. And you should be able to do so without retribution, right? You should be able to study something just for wanting to know and wanting to learn. It's like, how does this work? What causes this, right? And how do we maybe apply that? Like that would be a good approach, first of all, is having an unbiased hypothesis. The other thing too is whenever you come up with some sort of result, it should be replicable, right? So sometimes if you might get somebody who says, oh, well, they're a quack because they said they did this and then their dog miraculously changed, and there's only ever, one account of it. Nobody's ever been able to replicate it ever again. Well, then, that it would make sense that it probably isn't very scientific, because maybe it was just like this one-off, weird chance. But if you're able to replicate something over and over and over across the world, I don't see why that wouldn't count for something. Do you know what I mean? Like, to be able to replicate something is really important in science. And I think that for all these people who know how to use tools properly in a program with a proper strategy are able to replicate it and anticipate what direction it's going to go in, that's a scientific approach. And the problem is a lot of that just isn't in the literature, and there's reasons for that. I've talked about this before, about why there's a lot of literature that is so biased. One of them is because, first of all, there's a massive amount of surveys out there. And a survey is not a scientific study. Right? A survey is a survey. A survey is me just asking you questions.
But isn't that what a lot of the scientific research that...
Unfortunately, yeah. It's kind of like, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10.
Because that's what I've read.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's why it's part of my career. But I'm so involved with like the dog that's in front of me.
Yeah.
When a dog owner comes in and they say to me, Tom, you're my last chance. If you can't help me understand this, diagnose this, and help me find a better life, a safer way to live with this dog will die.
Yeah.
This heart will stop.
Right.
Beating. No more breathing. No more tail wag.
You're going to euthanize this dog.
Dog's going to be dead.
For sure.
I typically don't look back on like what somebody surveyed to say like what's going to be best. It's in the back of my head. I think it's part of our responsibility as professionals to look at it and go, because I've read a couple different research that people like early on in my career, again, when I started off like as a dog walker and going into people's homes and taking their dogs out. I would work, depends on the day, 10 to 15 dogs a day from sunrise to sunset. And I knew just equipment talking. I knew I was like, oh man, this is going to suck. My back, I have to go to a chiropractor. I have a professional masseuse. That's just about full time that I see every day. And I have been for a long time. Even like when I travel, I have to do like certain things because my back when I was young was trashed by dogs who were on harnesses, gentle leaders, flat collars. And so from the get, when I talk about like my introduction to dogs, I wasn't biased. I just was like, I'm a dog lover that starts to get into professional dog work because of my experience and the need of somebody who has this like skill set, right, naturally. And I'm thankful for that. I literally like every night, like say a prayer of like, I'm so grateful for what I was given because for me to walk into a room with a dog that's about to die and know exactly what's going to happen and why it's happening and how to fix it is a gift. And I don't hold that over anybody's head or even my own. I know that was given to me. And I never used to say that out loud, but I'm starting to now because I can't explain, and with that being said, like I knew like what worked and what didn't. So when I started using tools, it wasn't until the internet that people were like, why are you doing that? And I'm like, well, this is a 90-pound dog.
Yeah.
This is a 110-pound woman. She can't.
Yeah.
Like that's not gonna like it's like getting on a horse without a saddle.
Yeah.
Buck up, buddy.
Really hard.
And you're not a professional rider.
But so here's where things go wrong. It's not that I don't think any force-free trainer would ever say that the tool doesn't work to stop the thing that you want to stop. Okay? They're saying it's not necessary. They're like, I can do what you can do without the use of force. So if I can do the same thing you can do, but I don't need to hurt my animal, why would I do that? So that's the question. So let's go back to usage, because I think this is the crux of the matter, right? They're just saying it's never necessary. I don't think they say it doesn't work. They're just saying it's not necessary, and it can come up with all these negative repercussions. So if we go back to some of the science, because I was trying to see what articles out there that are not surveys. So let's not talk about surveys. Let's talk about actual controlled studies. There's very few.
Are there any recent ones?
I haven't seen any recent ones. Admittedly, I haven't looked.
Right, sure.
But I have seen some that are maybe within a few years. Okay, but what I will say is all of the actual controlled studies that I've read are not, they're not well designed. So here, I'll give you an example. One that I read had like two groups of dogs. Okay, and they were client-owned dogs. This was not done, in a lab or anything like that. And I get that. It's difficult to get that many animals in a research facility. So we're going to get client-owned dogs. We're going to recruit real people with real dogs, okay? So they split them into two training programs, and one was like a force-free, positive reward only for, I think, a recall. And the other group was the aversive tool group, okay, and I think it was a recall. So for the other group, it was recall your dog. When it comes, you give them a treat. The other group is if they don't come, then you e-collar, stim them, okay? And so it was the negative group versus the positive group. And it's not surprising to show that one was more efficacious than the other, and the other dogs showed some stress. Okay, that to me is not rocket science. But then it wasn't actually designed properly. It's like, okay, well, why would you? So here's one thing I actually wanted to talk talk about, there seems to be a huge misunderstanding between like what training means. Okay, so there's the creation of a new behavior, which is I'm going to teach a dog a blank slate how to sit, how to recall, like how to come, how to down, how to shake a paw. That's the creation of a new behavior, right?
Teaching, yeah.
Kind of like, the bear putting his arm out for a blood draw. You're asking him to present you with something. That is not the same thing as the suppression and the elimination of an undesirable behavior. Right? So the way that you would train a dog to present a behavior such as shake a paw is not the same approach that you would take for a dog that's counter surfing, for example, or lunging at another dog because you're trying to get rid of that. Those are two different approaches, and you might actually need tools for that. It's not the same thing. They're like a lot of times I hear force-free people say, okay, well, why would you train using negative punishment to train the behavior? Because if you keep punishing them and you keep yelling at them and you keep prong popping them or whatever, they shut down and they don't want to present you new behaviors anymore because they're scared that they keep getting punished, right? And it's like, well, yeah, of course they would. Who's debating that, though?
Right.
And what trainer actually does that? I don't do that. I'm sure you don't do. Like, I've never seen anybody actually do that. So I don't know if they're doing this purposely as like a misrepresentation of what balance training is, or they truly don't understand that that's not what anyone's doing. Why would you use negative punishment to like teach a shake a paw or a sit? Like, that's highly not effective.
It's easy.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's easy to say that.
Of course it's not working. Like, that's not how anybody trains, right? Like, truly working in all four quadrants is having a toolbox. It's not just one tool. And so I don't know why they keep saying, well, you're causing your dog to like not want to be motivated. They're not going to want it to show you new behaviors because you're hammering them all the time. And it's like, but we don't do that. Right? That's reserved for something else. Like, you do correct behavior that you want to eliminate. Because if you don't, and you just ignore behavior, the dog never learns what not to do. Right? There's only so much that you can teach on trying to distract them to do something else. But at the end of the day, they still have to learn what the rules are and what not to do. So like what I say to somebody is like, okay, well, let's say, I remember somebody saying, well, if you keep stopping at the stop sign and every time you stop at the stop sign, I'm going to give you $10 for it. That's really awesome. It's going to motivate you to stop at the stop sign. Okay, sure. Then I'm going to say, but what if one day, and there's no repercussions, by the way. There's no consequences. If you want to blow through that stop sign, you can do so. But you're not going to get a treat for it. You're not going to get a reward for it. I'm not going to give you that $10. Sure. Are you going to be motivated to stop at the stop sign? Sure, because every time you do, I'm going to give you $10. There's going to come a point where that $10 isn't enough. Do you know what I mean? Like, one day you might be late for something really important and you're going to blow through that because there's no consequence to it. That $10 doesn't mean anything. So another trainer might, force-free might say, okay, well, you need to increase the value of the reward. It's like, okay, well, forget the $10. I'm going to increase the value and make it more high value. So I'll give you $100 for stopping at the stop sign. Will that motivate you more? Probably. Will there come a point where one day, it doesn't matter what I give you, you will want to blow that stop sign?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we have rules and consequences in place so that society remains stable. Like, can you imagine if I said to you, hey, Tom, for 24 hours, starting now.
The Purge.
Is there a movie?
That's what The Purge.
Oh my God, I was thinking, I'm like, what if I said for 24 hours, you can do whatever you want.
It's chaos.
And there's no repercussions and there's no consequences.
You haven't seen The Purge?
I haven't. I have to watch it now. I didn't even know there was such a movie because I was thinking about that. I'm like, what would happen?
There's like
no
three
consequences.
There's like 3 of them. And it's crazy because they all
Descent into anarchy and chaos.
Yep. That's exactly what it is.
Horrible things are going to happen.
I think the reason why that's successful is because we all know as human beings that would happen.
It absolutely would happen.
100%. Well, it's happening in the States. It is happening. Like, it's not even theory or discussional.
I just made a movie.
It's like, yeah, literally like it is happening.
Yeah.
Like so it's a good point. And I'm just here to, again, try to get to the bottom of what's going on, because I don't need somebody with a piece of paper that says this is what all these surveys say from people who are in the ecosystem say, and this is how you should train, when I'm like, I have thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, and I've worked, over the years, an accumulation of people who've watched my videos, consume my content. There's been how many million? There was like 100 million. So it's like, I don't need anybody to tell me, like, it's not going to change for me.
It's not going to change, but here's the thing. If somebody says, okay, well, where's the science behind it? Show me the science, Tom.
Right.
You know what you can say? Biology. And I said this before. I'm like, when did biology stop becoming relevant? Like, why is biology not a science anymore?
What do you mean by that?
So, why do we look to, let's say, veterinary associations to say, let's not use corrections? Why don't we look to, where are the biologists in this scientific consensus, right? Like, there's supposedly some consensus. And remember, consensus means everyone agrees. Everyone agrees this is the way to do it. But I don't see consensus because where are the biologists in this? Where are the psychologists in this? Do you know what I mean? I don't see them on that list of the consensus. Biology. Like, everybody watching this, I want you just to turn on National Geographic tonight. Watch one episode of David Attenborough, one episode of any type of National Geographic on, like, hyenas, wolves, lions, chimpanzees. Or YouTube a mother dog with her puppies in the whelping box.
So
outside and watch animals give each other corrections.
Is it so what you're saying is like there's some people who would say that the corrections, or are you trying to say that there's people who would say that corrections don't exist anywhere, therefore humans should never, is that what you're...
Yeah. They're like, we know how to train really, really well. Science now says we never need to issue corrections.
But are they all...
I'm like, but that's not what biology says.
But are they also saying that we shouldn't do it because it doesn't exist anywhere in the animal kingdom?
But that's just false.
No, I'm asking. I don't know. Is that like... I've
heard that. I think that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever... Like, literally, we could just turn on the TV right now. We can watch chimpanzees go at war with each other.
I want to show you this video.
You know what I mean? Or a mother dog that, like, just corrects her dog, her puppy, for being disrespectful.
I want to show you this video, and you can just see it. This is when I was... when I was at the wolf sanctuary, I would always like take videos of them interacting.
Awesome.
So I want to show you this video.
I would love to see it.
Pretty cool.
Because I made him vulnerable to his son. And he's like, then
the white wolf is mama wolf.
Ah.
Watch this next one.
Yeah.
there's Max.
You just corrected that pup. Yeah. Ooh.
So for anybody...
So that wolf's like, no, we're not having it. It was quick. Effective. Natural. This is the way animals actually communicate in nature. So my point is, why should we not look to nature? Why should we make biology irrelevant? Why should we not learn to communicate with dogs the way dogs communicate with dogs? We're not dogs.
I would argue that, like, and I'm just trying to play, from the bottom of my heart, I'm trying to play devil's advocate because I'm just at a point in my career where I just really want to help. Like, I want to be this, like, voice of honesty and reason.
Yeah.
Obviously, like, I do have a background in working with dogs and using tools that has been unbelievably successful across the world. And so I think the argument would be, well, we're not dogs and we're not wolves. We're not bears and we're not this, but I would say like our dogs are still animals. Like we have that's one thing that I try to remind people right when they come in and they say they have a behavioral problem. I say, I want you to look at the point of view from your dog. Like your dog is an animal. One thing that they don't realize is how unbelievably, unapologetically savages some dogs can be. Like we humans, humans don't understand the amount of violence, destruction, trauma, fear, pain, and anguish that
they can inflict on each other. Absolutely.
To anything. Yeah. Like I remember again, like this one, and again, just like, it's hard for me. Like I'm an animal lover. I have an unhealthy amount of empathy. So I put myself in these situations and I have a hard time watching, like the other day I was watching this new series on Netflix where it was like, they were studying the predators. Right? It's so unbelievably well produced. It's beautiful. And it was like, polar bears, lions, cheetahs, predators.
Yeah. Yeah.
In one of the episodes, they were studying these or watching. And I think, what's his name? Tom Hardy narrates it, which I love him. And so there was this one scene where these lions were tracking this like younger giraffe, and they just jumped up on this living giraffe that was just trying to feed with their mom and dad.
And ate it alive.
And ate it.
Yeah.
Dragged it down alive.
Right.
And chewed its brains out alive.
Yeah.
I couldn't watch that. Like that was hard for me.
Yeah.
But I understand working with, I have some experience in animal control as an animal control officer for a little bit. And so I have some, it's, when anybody and this is just me being honest, and I think it's important for you to understand and people who are listening, like my perspective because of my experience. When people like comment any type of like torture or abuse or anything like that, there's no credibility, there's no conversation, there's no attention from me. I just immediately understand how immature and how uneducated that person is because you want to, and I'm sure you've seen this, unfortunately, as an animal control officer. Oh, it gives me goosebumps. I used to have to go into scenarios and take dogs out of really, really, really abusive, traumatic environments.
Like real abuse. Real abuse.
Real
abuse.
Yeah. The audacity of an individual that has never trained a dog professionally, doesn't have a team of 20, doesn't have a production team traveling the world, educating dog owners, the audacity for somebody to, and this is me, dog trainer Tom coming out a little bit, the audacity for somebody to comment on my page and tell me that
you're an abuser.
Using modern technology to train a dog off leash through really skillful conditioning is abuse. And in my head, I'm replaying all the abuse I've seen.
Yeah.
People will tie their dogs up on boards and poke them and eat them alive, fry them. I mean, there was cases where I had to go in and I just called the town. I'm like, I can't do this. Like, I'm not doing this. Like, there were times where dogs would get out habitually. Like, they were what we call running at large, RALs, like all the time. And I was just like, there was a point where the dogs kept getting out and getting out and getting out and getting out. And I had to go and bring them back or find them and bring them back. And I just knew what was happening and what was going to come. And, that's a low end abuse where all of a sudden, like, they're like, hey, we got a dead dog on the side of the road. It's a golden retriever. And I'm like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
Because my job was to go bag this animal up and bring them to the shelter to then be confirmed, whatever. But in my head, I'm like, this is the same dog that got out all month and the owners just couldn't step to the plate. Yeah. That's abuse.
Yeah.
And then again, just like some of the abusive cases where people would, it's hard to talk about, but like they would just do really bad things to dogs. Yeah. And it was hard for me. Like I got into that field thinking like I'm going to help dogs and it still haunts me today.
Yeah. Like there's real abuse.
Yeah.
And for somebody to call you abusive or to say that you're cruel when you do everything in your power not to, it's highly offensive. It's insulting.
It's
like, I find that insulting. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's really tough.
Do you know what real abuse and cruelty looks like? And at our kennel, like my partner's always said, cruelty resides in the trainer, not the tool.
Right. And I think that's like what I was going to say is like, it almost seems like, again, I'm trying to get to the bottom of like why this is happening. Because for me, like, again, I can pivot with my career and I'm not like, oh, if prong collars get banned or e-collars get banned, it's not like I'm going to stop training. I'm never going to stop training. I'm the only person that's going to hurt is the dog owner.
Yeah.
So that's what people like. They're like, you know, when I go to like Australia or I go to the UK or I go anywhere in the UK, or, you know, we're going to Portugal next year and we're going to these places that tools are banned, you know, people will say, what are you going to do? I'm like, nothing different. I'm not doing anything different. It's just unfortunate that maybe this tool is not legal here because the owner really needs it because they don't have the skill set to match this dog.
Yeah.
But that's one thing that I used to see a lot. And again, I've really delegated, like I have 2 phones. So I have a social media phone and then I have a personal phone. So when I go and post on social media, because that's a big part of my job of like content creation, to like share things and information to dog owners so they can go, oh, I didn't know that. Or, oh, that's different. I don't look at that. I don't, you know, my wife will manage some of the DMs and I have staff on board that will help different platforms. But in the beginning, that was one of those things is people, my point is I don't see that anymore. It may still happen. I just don't see it. It seems like it's a lot less. I don't know, but people will like DM me and say like, good luck training there that you can't use a prong collar. And I'd always be like, that doesn't affect me like 1 single ounce at all. It doesn't bother me, you know, as a trainer, like it's going to affect the dog owner because they're not skillful enough or even sometimes physically able to handle the dog.
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with my crutch or my skill set. It's just some people say, I live in the Pacific Northwest next to one of the most beautiful beaches in the world, or I live in, you know, BC where we want our dogs to be off leash, but you know, there's bears and there's porcupines and wolverines and skunks and cars. And we just want to make sure that there is going back
Solid
to your
recall.
Yeah, your stop sign thing that happens. So kind of getting back down, I don't know, I could talk all day about that, but it is like getting back down to like the science of that is like when I see it's there's a part of me that like immaturity will laugh about it.
I know. So I was thinking about this whole evidence-based and science approach. And if I could come up with like an analogy that might sort of make sense.
I like analogies.
So, okay, I thought about this. I'm like, okay, let's draw a parallel with the force-free nonsense that's happening right now and like put it through a science-based and evidence-based lens. Okay, so what if I said, what if we found out that somebody said, hey, there's this really new, cool diet fad. It's called the ice cream diet. It's an ice cream program. And you can eat ice cream. I know, right?
I'm down for that. That sounds great.
Right. And so the fad is you can eat ice cream regularly and you're going to lose weight and you can maintain good health with it. Okay. I would, I guess from a force-free lens, say, I call BS on that. I don't believe you. I don't think that's ever going to work. That doesn't make any sense. Why? Because science says, from what I know, ice cream's full of sugar and it's full of fat. There's probably little, if any, nutritional value in it at all. And from everything I know, eating ice cream like that's going to make you put on weight. And you're probably not going to be healthy if you keep eating it. So I call BS on it. I don't believe you. Right? It's not science-based. From everything that I know about ice cream, which is just what I know, right? Conventional wisdom. But then I run into people who say, man, I've lost 10 pounds. I've been on this new ice cream diet. I swear, and my neighbors on it, they lost 10, 15 pounds over the next, whatever months, and they seem to be really healthy, and it's working for them. And I'd be like, coming through a force-free lens, I'd be like, yeah, I still don't believe it. It doesn't make any sense. I don't think that that's science-based. So I'm going to go back to knowing what I know about ice cream. It has like full of sugar, full of fat. It doesn't make sense. I don't believe it. But you come to me and say, but there's evidence. Like my neighbor's on it. I'm telling you it's working for me, right? And then I'll say, okay, well, still through the force-free lens, I'll be like, well, I'm sure in that case, it's just a fad diet. You know what I mean? And you're lazy and you don't want to work out and you don't want to go to the gym and you want to drop pounds really quickly and it's probably going to raise your blood pressure. It's not sustainable. You'll probably get diabetes and go blind like pretty quickly. Like I don't believe it, right? Like there's going to be negative repercussions, just like your dog being shut down, right? Because that's what everybody says. Then I would say, what if these people suddenly, over the next few years, there's people in Australia, there's people in South Africa, there's people in the States, there's people all over Asia. They're like, there's this really cool ice cream diet that's really working for me. And I'm going to show you why how it works for me. And I'm going to take a video of myself at the lab getting my blood drawn. I'm going to show you my blood results. And I'm going to show you triglycerides, actually pretty good. Lipoproteins, not bad, still in a healthy range. Cholesterol hasn't been affected at all. And my blood pressure didn't skyrocket. I'm still within a healthy range. Got a clear, clear check off from my doctor says I'm okay. You know what I mean? And it's working for me and I've lost the weight and I'm able to keep my blood pressure down. At that point, I think a scientific approach would be like, how are you doing this? Show me. Teach me. I want to know. How are you doing this when everything tells me it shouldn't work, but you're showing me your proof? I can see you lose weight. I can see what your body looks like. I know you've proven to me over the past year that you've been able to control your blood pressure and your insulin and your blood glucose and all of that. How are you doing this? I want to learn, right? Because if there's an ice cream diet, sign me up. I want to be part of that club. You know what I mean? That's curiosity. That's how do I find out facts? What do I not know here? When it's replicable and it's going around the world, it seems a little bit weird. It kind of goes against sort of conventional wisdom. Yeah. But I'm seeing it work. And there are no negative repercussions that everybody told me that there would be. Do you know what I mean? Would that not, the light bulb should go off at that point where it's okay, we need to study this. Really, we need to study this. Instead of judging it, let's study this. So then I thought, okay, well, how would we, going back to some of the research that I've seen, the few research papers that looked at the use of aversive tools versus force-free and positive-only reward methods to train dogs. I think there's one of the biggest flaws, a big flaw, is that, well, there's a few. One of them is they're not using, the treatment group that's using aversive tools, first of all, they're calling them aversive tools. You've already called it aversive. There's a bias there, right?
That's true.
They just call it, the use of, maybe the
just
use
group
of,
A, B?
Yeah, group A, or just the use of maybe said tool, whatever the tool, let's just call it an e-collar, okay? What they should do is actually have the reward group. There is no control group. There'd be a reward group. And then the group using, let's say, the tool. And then there should be, just using that tool, let's say, what we talked about before, stimming the dog for not coming back on a recall, okay? Which obviously it didn't work. It was destined to fail, right? Then what they should do is actually have a third group, which I've never seen before, which is putting the two of them together, taking a balanced approach, right? So it's have a group where you can actually give the dog a positive reward for the behavior that we want. So maybe when they come back, give them the reward, but also give them a correction when they need that guidance to be corrected. So you're taking a full spectrum, more of a balanced approach. If you put those two together, which I've never seen anybody do, which is actually how we train in reality, right? Nobody just uses a tool in a negative manner 100%. That would be stupid. You would never get any results, and you would never have any clients, and your business would fall apart.
Yeah.
Like
100%.
You wouldn't need laws or regulations to shut you down. You'd shut yourself down because you'd have no clients coming back, right? Immediately, if you were to train somebody and used like a method that created fear, that created anxiety, that created aggression that happens later on afterwards, after the dog goes home, I'll bet you anything, all those owners would come back and say, Tom, it's been like a month, 2 months, my dog's an absolute mess. Thanks for nothing. That's the last time we're going to see you again. It would take no time for you to fall apart, but that's not what's happening. Because you're not using just one tool, you're using a toolbox.
Yeah.
Right? You're using a range where you can use both positive reinforcement and positive reward and corrections and positive punishment fairly in a cohesive, fair program. I've never seen anyone do that. It's always just reward or hammer them for not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why it's, for me, it's sad. It makes me sad.
And then it's published.
Yeah.
Right? And then now it counts as science-based because it's published, but it was never set up properly to begin with.
Yeah.
And the evidence was they never talked to people like you. They never talked to other people who successfully use it. Your voice doesn't get included into all of that evidence.
Yeah, and that's like the sad thing, and that's why I respect the scientific community. It's when it's not being done fairly, I can't follow their rules and regulations and guidelines, because when I'm looking, like there was this study I saw many years ago when I used to fight people on the internet about it. Now I just like, okay, when you find somebody you don't agree with, you just typically move on. Yeah. Some people can't do that. So there was this study that they sent me, and it's similar. And again, like for dog owners out there, dog trainers, people who just want like the right information. To me, it's not only sad, but I think it's a bit criminal, because some of the surveys or studies, I don't know, whatever they are, they weren't giving context of the trainer and the equipment that was being used. So what ended up happening was they're like, oh, when you're using e-collars, it damages the dogs, it shuts the dogs down. And I'm like, I know you didn't just watch the video I posted then, because the dog is wagging their tail, they're responding really nicely. Like the evidence is right here. I don't need somebody I don't know to tell me a survey done by people who all believe in the same thing that disagree with what I'm doing in the first place to tell me that it's abusive. I don't need you to tell me that, because I love dogs with my whole heart.
Yeah.
I can't even watch a movie where a dog dies.
Yeah.
I would never, ever, ever. Like I step on a dog's paw and they go, Bart! And I'm like,
and you're like, oh, I'm so
shit.
sorry.
What did I do? And I'll bring him out for ice cream. Not really, but you got me thinking about ice cream. So one of the things is like, after they sent me a link. And I'm like, okay, I'll check it out. I'm like, and I just felt, I'll be honest, I felt sad, because this person who clearly loves dogs, it seems, they want to do good.
Yes.
They love dogs.
Totally.
They've been fooled. I'm like, you don't understand how did that person, like a lot of people think when we say scientific research and it's put out that it's a bunch of white lab coat scientists in this fancy MIT, Cornell.
Yeah, and it's not.
It's not, right?
It's not.
It's an emailed survey.
Yes.
It's hey, I'll stop you on the street with a harness and say, do you think that shocking your dog for not sitting would suck? And they go, yes. Science now has said that shocking your dog is sucky, and anybody who does it is not going with science. And it's an unfair conversation, and your hands are tied. But we have this beautiful thing called the internet, where there's me and thousands of other people, because I believe, especially in the States, there's more people who understand the concepts of punishment than anything else. And I think what the real conversation is, going back to that, as I told her, I said, look, I wouldn't like tools either, specifically e-collars if I were you. I said, but I want to try to give you some some options here. I just want to say, like, this study, who conducted the e-collar? Who was that?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's monumental.
Totally.
It's like a murder case.
Yeah.
Where it's like we have a suspect that we might think is going to be doing it. Did he walk into the bedroom at night, or was it the dog? Because that matters. Like, that is the difference between finding and catching the murderer and putting them away, or just being like, oh no, that was the dog's shadow in the camera. Was it the dog or was it the person?
Yeah.
Right? It's huge. And if we look at it in a more investigative way, people will be like, oh no, that matters. Like, what? Like, who was that?
Yeah.
That matters, right?
Who did the training?
Exactly.
How was it? They never talk about markers. They don't talk about
Cues,
timing.
yeah.
They don't talk about cues. They were literally, oh, the dog didn't come.
Yeah, and I think
and now the dog shows stress. It's like, well, yeah.
And that's something I've like, again, like, so going back to that particular study, I was telling her, I'm like, look, who did it? It wasn't me. It wasn't Forrest. It wasn't Michael. It wasn't all these other great trainers that we know have had such, and I have, again, voiced my opinion on, like, let me in there. Let me show you what I do with it. I've talked to Cornell about it, but we'll talk about that later. But I said, because that matters.
Yeah.
And that's not disclosed. Was it a pre-vet behavioral student? Was it somebody off the street? And most importantly, what type of e-collar was it? What level was it set at?
Yes.
Because if I put an e-collar on a dog, my e-collar, right, with dog treat, if I put an e-collar on a dog and I hit 1, 2, I can bet my life that dog is not going to respond. I can hold it and they're going to sit there and be like,
is this thing on? Hello?
right?
Yeah.
If I turned it all the way up to 127 and I went, sit, and then they're like, what's that? Do they know it?
Right.
Who knows?
Right.
Doesn't say.
Exactly.
Bam. Bark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Terrifying.
Science has now said.
Yes.
And to me, I'm like, that is the most criminal, inhumane, unethical piece of information I've ever seen. And it's not fair. And again, it's not about me being like, I'm right, they're wrong. I'm saying, like, let me show you something. I'm gonna show you this video again that, like, I had a couple of videos that I wanted to talk about because they're extremely interesting, because I was explaining to this, and this was years ago, so I'm not sure exactly who it was or what article it was, but I said, who's using the e-collar? Because if you don't know how to use like if you and I right now went outside and I said, I'm gonna go take this jackhammer and you're gonna drive the excavator, and we just messed everything up and be like, these
not going to go good.
We're going to write reviews on the product and goes, these suck.
Yeah, exactly.
How fair is it? So we had this conversation. I said, like, the equipment matters because you can get a $30 piece of crap from Amazon and it's terrible.
Yes.
And so those things, and again, I know that this probably, like, fires you up a little bit too, because from a science, you having your PhD as a scientist, if that study came out, you would be like, this is not science.
That's not how it's meant to be. And honestly, here's the thing when we want to use the word science. Honestly, what it comes down to is when you take a scientific method, it means you're able to think critically about it.
Right.
Think critically about it.
Yeah.
Right? And you shouldn't come in it biased already. That's not scientific. You know what I mean? And you being married to an ideology already when you're coming into this,
it's unfair.
It's unfair. It's really unfair. I actually saw, this is probably a different study. I saw one maybe 6 months ago. I found a study that looked at the use of tools versus force-free, positive only. And I was thinking, well, what kind of tool are they looking at? They had a chart, and they said, this is the treatment group. This is the aversive tool group. And it was e-collars, prong collars, I think slip collars, and a citronella collar, all put together in one group. And I'm like, how was this even published? How did this even get peer reviewed? Dude, those are completely different. A citronella collar has a completely different mode of action. It's olfactory than a prong collar, which is primarily physical, versus an e-collar, which is electric. You know what I mean? Like, it's different. These are different modes of action. The way you use them is different. The way it's felt is different. They may as well be in their own categories, but they put them all together and called it like the aversive, like using corrections is bad because they lump them all together in one. I'm like, I don't even know how that was published. Like, how did that get through review?
Now, why
That's
is
insane.
that? Why is it insane, though? I don't understand. Like, because they're all different?
They're all different. You can,
Okay.
how do you, and then you have 3 of one of the other. You've got all sorts of brands of e-collars and then a citronella collar. And I'm like, these are, they should be different groups. If you're going to study them, then you should do it properly. They should be in their own category. You do not lump them all together. They're different modes of action. They're not, it's crazy. When I read that, I'm like, I have no idea how this actually went through review.
It's frustrating.
It's so unfair.
But
it's so unfair.
As somebody who like isn't trying to win people, because I'm not trying to win it. I'm not like, it's no benefit for me
it's
to like
misinformation.
Exactly.
That's the
In
thing.
my industry that I've dedicated my life to. And so again, like that particular study, I put out this video about, how to do e-collar conditioning, basically the dog responding to the remote collar in a joyful way. And I think it's important to, again, define what these terms mean because dog owners get tricked. Dog trainers get tricked. Young dog trainers or novice dog trainers get tricked because when we say force-free, you and I both know that's impossible.
You put a leash on a dog, that's force.
Done.
Right?
You put a
That's
fence.
reinforced.
You put a fence.
Yeah.
Put a fence in your yard. Your dog wants to run away.
Put any type of equipment on a dog, you're
So
gonna use it.
force free is impossible.
Yeah.
So that's immediately again like when it becomes such an identity for people.
Yeah.
It becomes such an identity. That's why like in my Instagram profile it just says I help dog owners.
Yeah.
But there's some people who are force free in their bio. It says force free, science based, fear free. All these things that sound really great. You're like, again, like you said in the beginning of our conversation, force free is impossible. What does that mean? If you put a leash on a dog and they go one way and you want them to go the other way, you better drop your leash. Because if you don't, you're using compulsion by definition.
Yep.
100, by definition, that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
And so I'm not interested to say, hey, my side is right because I lean more towards using tools and utilizing them because my clients need them to survive with their dog. And I work with behavioral dogs that will make most people poop their pants.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different. And so anyway, going back to that study I was explaining, I said, we would, in order for me to actually even consider this being like, oh, maybe I should think about this differently, I would need to know who used the e-collar, what level was it set at, what type was it, because people don't understand the spectrums.
Yes.
And I'll be the first to say, first of all, people can take a good e-collar and be a complete shitbag with it.
Totally.
And they're assholes.
Yeah.
It's not me and it's not you.
Right.
And it's the same thing on the other end of the spectrum, like people feeding their dogs constantly and the dog's overweight and obese and dies of cancer at 7 because they had, sausage and cheese their whole life.
Yeah.
There's all these different comparisons, but I think just being fair and being like, hey, let's have a conversation about this. First of all, let's stop lying to people.
Yes.
Let's stop lying to dog owners because we have to understand that dogs are being killed by what you're saying. And or maybe you don't know, that what you're saying is false. When you say that you're a force-free dog trainer, you're not. You put a dog on a leash, you load them up into your car and they don't want to go. Anything they want to eat, like your dog goes into the garbage and starts eating something out and you say, hey, you can't. What are you doing? You're using compulsion. There's a spectrum of compulsion. I said this in a TikTok once, and the girl who runs my TikTok said, "Yeah, you can't ever talk about that again." I said, "What do you mean?" She's like, people took that out of context." And I said, "I don't."
They blew it up.
Yeah, and I said, well, by definition, compulsion is getting an animal or a thing to do something they don't want to do forcibly or physically. I'm paraphrasing, but that's like what it said. That's what the definition is of compulsion. So I said, well, technically, that's what compulsion is, and there's a spectrum of it. And I think we need to talk. Like people are so afraid. They put people in like little boxes. Yeah. Like for me, they're like, I'm a positive only trainer, or I'm a positive only trainer. I would say I'm a positive only trainer.
Yeah.
I use positive reinforcement. I use positive punishment.
Absolutely.
I use all the positives.
Yeah.
But I'm not limited
To just one thing.
Why
would you?
If I limit myself to these things, there's two things: is either you're uncomfortable or inexperienced in doing alternatives, or the other two quadrants,
Right.
or you just choose to be to teach, capture behaviors, to teach behaviors, that's
what we talked about.
Yeah,
the creation of behaviors.
That's important. And so I think it's just like we have to define, because it becomes down like it's criminal, like what's happening. And it's sad because I'm like, and I'm never the one that's like he said, she said. I don't care about that.
Yeah.
Like, I think we should all be a little bit more mature and responsible. Like, send me an email.
Yeah.
And let's have a conversation about where you're coming from. I'm not going to go on the internet and say, this person is wrong because of these reasons. That is just narcissistic and immature. I'm right, you're wrong. Well, if you're right and I'm wrong, or vice versa, somebody's losing. And if somebody's losing and we're both in it for the dog, that also means the dog's attached to you and they're losing.
Yeah. Ultimately, the dog's the one that
So what are we talking?
is the
So,
loser in all of this.
and again, like positive only.
Yeah.
Okay, I could argue, like, I could DM that person and say, "Why do you only punish dogs?" So, what do you mean? Why do you only choose to punish dogs when we all know that rewarding dogs is much more sustainable when we're teaching behaviors, and they enjoy it a lot more.
Yeah.
So I don't punish dogs. I said, well, in your bio it says that you're a positive only trainer, which tells me that you only use positive punishment. And they'd go, huh? I mean, see the ignorant, and again, I don't get mad. I get sad when I see the blatant ignorance of people who gravitate towards these certain ideologies to say, so now you're a force-free, positive-only trainer, which we just said. That's not what you think it is.
Yeah.
That's why, like, when I see these in Instagram profiles and stuff, I'm like, this is the level, this is the person that's commenting on my page.
Yeah.
This is the level that they're at. And I maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago, Tom would be like, ha, 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 you idiot. You don't know what you're talking. But I'm like, I'm a dad now. I'm a husband now. I'm becoming this new man of understanding that you can't help people who don't want to be helped. But if that person would have just listened to the conversation of like, you're so one-ended on like, this is abuse. This is what this, and then again, like same thing with like science-based training. It's like, well, if you're a science-based training, fine, but what about evidence-based training? And that's the thing that kills me too, is like, if you're an evidence-based trainer,
There's a lot of evidence.
I'm also a very evidence-based trainer.
Absolutely.
I don't need a piece of paper or a survey done by a group of individuals who are all on the same page. Like if I went to an ISCP conference, the International Association of Canine Professionals, which typically, again, leans more towards like a spectrum of balance of like, we don't believe like there's positive reinforcement only trainers, right? Because the positive only, it's so ignorant to say I'm a positive only trainer because it can go so many ways. Okay. So you just correct dogs all day. No, well then that's not what you said. So a positive reinforcement only trainer by definition would say, then you are really good at capturing behaviors with dogs who need to learn new stuff.
Yeah.
You're really good at teaching dogs new behaviors, but when it comes to your dog jumping on somebody,
or biting
or lunging, by definition, scientifically, we've all been able to agree that positive reinforcement training is to encourage a behavior to happen.
Right. Not to discourage it.
And for some reason, people bystep that very principle of the definition. You can't use a reward-based system and use positive reinforcement to teach a dog what they're doing is wrong.
Right.
By definition, right? And I don't want to die on definition. I'm just saying, like, when you say these things...
You should die in definition. Well, you should, because definitions matter.
They do, but people immediately put themselves in the box. They're putting themselves in a box because of how they feel. It's their identity. So if somebody believes in positive reinforcement training only, it's the only thing they believe in.
Yeah.
And if somebody said, well, just so you know, by definition, positive reinforcement training doesn't ever discourage behaviors. Right. So you can do counter conditioning, you can do avoidance, you can do distraction work. That's all fine. And I like, that's the thing is like, there's some trainers
do that too.
Yeah, but there's also trainers who like victimize these people for doing that. I'm like, let them do that. Like, who cares? But I have a hard time when people come out and say, this is the only way, when I'm like, no. You just showed up to a job site to build a brand new building with one tool.
Yes.
And you need much more than that.
Yes.
But it's also important to understand that if you don't believe in that toolbox, you have to understand that there's people out there like me and you and thousands of other people who can show up to that job site that know what they're doing with those tools. And you can't take a piece of information done by people who don't know how to use those tools incorrectly and shove it in your face. You go, look, but they suck. And you go, but I don't, who's they? Because it wasn't me.
Right.
Who is it? Was it an 18-year-old pre-vet student that just they grabbed for a warm body to say, hey, hit this button when the dog doesn't respond?
Yeah.
And then we swabbed them, 50 dogs, and we all said, correcting a dog out of context for not knowing the behavior or the piece of equipment causes much more stress than using chicken on a puppy.
Right.
And like you said, like we're all going to go, and
Yeah.
what
is that rocket science?
What are we talking about?
Yeah.
So the way I'll just show you this video. So I did this really cool video with this dog at my facility. And so one of the things that I really like to do with the remote collar to help the dog really understand the pressure. So for those of you who are out there who are like interested in remote collars and what they do, you have the opportunity to use negative reinforcement. And negative reinforcement is essentially, for the human, is like tapping somebody on the shoulder and they turn around and it shuts off. Like if you're tapping somebody on the shoulder, they turn around and it shuts off. And I think in the dog training space, again, we can all agree, like there's billions and billions and billions of dollars in the dog world. And everybody wants a piece of that, even the big guys and girls, right? The big companies, the Petco and PetSmart and whoever else, the P&G, they all want that. And so when we use things like positive training, again, it's so ignorant to say because there's a spectrum of what that means.
Right.
And
but
I could
feels good.
But it feels good and
Yeah.
it looks good.
Yeah.
Force free. I just got my brand new Doodle puppy and she's the best. My brand new Rottweiler puppy and he's the best. And I see this ad that says force free, science based, fear free, positive. You're like, sign me up.
Yeah. Why not?
Hell yeah, let's go.
Of course.
But then when we actually break it down, I'm like, you guys are. That's not how that works. That's not real. But I was using, my point is negative reinforcement is essentially reinforcing. So reinforcing, again, by definition, is to encourage. We want that to happen again, right? Well, my son, when I do colors with my son on the airplane when we're traveling, and I go, what's this? And he goes, if it's red, he goes, red. And I go, yes, that's red. Good job, buddy. In the future, when I give you a red crayon instead of a piece of paper, I want you to know what that is in the future for other sustainable things. That's what reinforcing is, like concreting that in. And so negative reinforcement is essentially when you're tapping a dog on the shoulder and then they do the desired behavior and then the pressure shuts off.
Right. They turn the pressure off. They learn how to control that situation, which actually relieves a lot of stress.
Correct.
In animal behavior, it is very stressful for an animal to be left chronically in a gray zone.
Of maybe not knowing what to do.
Yeah, like if they don't know what to do, it's actually very stressful. If they don't know what to do, they can't anticipate what's happening, or they feel like they don't have control over their own environment or what's happening to them. That's very stressful. If you give the animal the opportunity to control its environment and what happens to itself, it is a huge stress alleviator, right? So if you teach the dog how to turn the pressure off,
confidence too.
Awesome. Yeah, it builds the confidence. It makes them feel good.
Yeah.
They have control over the environment. You're not the one controlling. They are. You give full control, but that's where the teaching comes in, right?
Correct. Yeah, and that's where like for an example for maybe somebody who doesn't understand e-collar pressure, which I'll explain in a minute, because it's a really cool video that I created that kind of debunks anybody's theory on the remote collar being this very scary, brutal thing. I have tons and tons and tons and tons of these videos, but there's one in particular that I basically, the e-collar represents payment, like a clicker. It's pretty cool. So for like, let's say we want a dog to place and they don't know place yet. And yeah, we can free shape it. The dog gets on place naturally and we pay him, sure. But like dog trainers, we don't have that time. We don't have that luxury. Let's wait 2 years, a month, 2 weeks. We have a very short amount of time. And so let's say we have a puppy or a young dog, and then we want them to go to a place like a bed. We want to teach them how to go to their bed because maybe they get overly stimulated when people come over. So instead of correcting them off the gate, because we can all agree, like like a correction for me out of the gate without context is only when it becomes dangerous.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
it's not fair. It's not a fair application.
no.
Yeah.
It's like this, there's no discussion. Like my kid goes over to the hot fire and before he sticks his hand in and I grab him by the back and push him down and he cries and everyone's like, good job. But for some reason, when we do that with dogs, it's like, what, how could you?
Right. Yes.
What?
Right.
What? So negative reinforcement for like a baseline level, for like leash pressure, let's say, this is the way that it looks like for like, and I call it like Stone Age because e-collar is modern. Look at our life today. How we met, how I have 2 phones, a tablet.
Yeah.
It's crazy how much technology has changed our whole culture, our whole world. To limit our dogs to that progression is only because people don't know what it is yet. And I have a lot of empathy for that. Like, again, if somebody's like, I'm going to shock your dog to do what I want, I'd be like, please don't.
Right.
That doesn't
work.
Don't do that to my dog.
I would agree with you, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like let's not do that.
Yeah.
So like Stone Age training or basic leash pressure training for negative reinforcement is, let's say this is like the place command. I'd have a piece of food in my pocket or my treat pouch and they go, hey, I want that. I go, place. And they're like,
I don't know what that means.
huh?
Yeah.
What's that? What's place? And I go, place. And they go, treat. And I go, that's not how this works.
Right.
And no second place trophies here, buddy. Let's do this, right? That doesn't teach you what we want you to do.
Yeah.
And they go, I don't know. You can tell they're sitting, they're doing everything.
Gray zone.
Yeah,
That's the gray
exactly.
zone.
They're like, oh, but I want the and I want you to do that thing where you're like, yeah, good. And I want to. You're just my favorite person. And I really want to do this. I just take the leash. And I give them a little pressure, and they go doop doop, and I go yes, and they go, and their dopamine, every chemical in their body gets excited because they just made they made their best friend happy, and they got a piece of chicken, and they're like, this is the best thing ever.
Guidance,
leadership,
guidance. That's exactly it.
So using that leash, when they got to the bed, it shut off.
Right.
So again, in the dog training world, all that money that goes into it, we use a lot of what I call marketing manipulation. So we talk about negative and positive. So negative and positive for people like you and me who understand the quadrants and understand the spectrum of dog training and how animals in general learn, not just dogs. Negative means we're taking something away. Positive means like a math equation, we're adding something to the equation, right? So when you hear, again, positive only, that doesn't make much sense to people who actually know what that is. So negative is taking that away. What did we take away? We took away the leash pressure. Was it punitive and aversive? By definition, maybe. Is the dog stressed? A little bit. Is the dog being abused? Absolutely not.
Right.
Is the dog going to be afraid of the place? No. Is the dog going to be afraid of me? Absolutely not.
Right.
Because when they got there, they got paid, and now we're off to the next thing.
Exactly.
So what would happen if I just kept pulling the dog off the placemat and I wasn't clear about what I wanted? The dog would say, this whole place thing's really, when you say place, I get stressed because you're not clear with me.
Right.
So when I say place and the dog's like, I'm not sure, a little bit of leash pressure, and the dog gets on the place, the pressure goes away, we pay the dog.
That's the guidance.
Because, yeah.
And I, it's funny you brought that up because I thought the exact same thing. It was a certain person who was saying we should never apply any type of force. And in fact, we shouldn't even touch the dog. Because if we allow the dog to free shape itself and figure things out on its own, they are much more motivated to work and they learn more effectively. I would argue the opposite. Because if you have a dog, exactly what you said, they're like, what do I do? What do we do? I don't know what to do. This is a new thing. I don't know what to do. Right? Maybe it's a sit. No idea. Brand new puppy, brand new word. They have no idea. And they're like, what do I do? I just don't know. And they're in this gray zone. They're in this gray zone and they keep throwing new behaviors at you. And all you have to do is put a little bit of pressure. Boom. Yes. Mark it. We're off to the races. Just like you said, that would take 3 seconds instead of spending 9 hours for this dog to stay in a complete chaotic gray zone where there's no communication and he's left to figure it out on his own, has no guidance. Right? There's a place for free shaping, obviously. But I'm saying, I would argue that that's counterproductive and not efficient because now you're spending 9 times longer leaving your dog in a stressed state where they're confused and they don't know what's going on when you could easily correct that very simply.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, Steph, it's not realistic.
It's not.
Name a trainer. Like if I paid you money, I'm like, I want you to, I got a new puppy. The kids are busy with sports. The wife is super busy. Like, we got a lot going on. We got this puppy. I'm really like excited to get into training. I saw your reviews. This is amazing. And I'm going to bring you my puppy. And they're like, we're going to look through the window and wait for them to go to the place. And when they do, like, I got to go. Yeah. Like, oh, no, we got to wait.
47 minutes later, nothing's happened.
So again, it's more about like, that's not policy, right? That's not binary. That's not black and white. That's discretion. That's what you would choose to do, or a person would choose to do, or anybody wants to do. I can show you that that's not how it has to be done. Right. But that's where like I have a lot of empathy towards people on either side of this spectrum who gets attacked by people. When I think it would be better if people came out, like when I do videos, especially ones that I know may be a little
controversial.
Yeah, controversial. Like I just say like, this is my opinion. This is my years of research. If anything out there was better, I would do it.
Absolutely. Sign me up.
Sign me up, because my job is to get that dog and that dog owner to the place they need to be as fast and ethical and sustainably as possible. If there was anything out there that was better, why would I not do it?
Yeah, why would I not?
I think it's more on like anybody that kind of says things like that, where they're like, you could, just because you can doesn't mean you have to do that. Like, yes, we can argue like, we're going to wait for this dog to go into the place and then we're going to mark it when it happens. Or let's say, you know, it's something that I've seen commonly, because we have a catalog, we have sound bites of, I tried this positive reinforcement only trainer, and it's like for minutes on end, just because for behavioral in particular. Because we don't see dogs that come in that say, I worked with a positive reinforcement only trainer and my dog couldn't understand sit. That's the point of a positive reinforcement trainer. And that's what I am. Like when I'm teaching a dog a behavior, I'm a positive reinforcement only. That's all I do.
It makes sense.
But the moment I have a dog that comes into my facility that this dog family has fallen in love with, and that they've went on vacation with, and they went to the beach with, and they have done all these things with, and then all of a sudden this dog changes and starts to hate people they don't know in their system, and their hair on their back raises, and they do this blood-curdling growl, and they will rip you to pieces.
The crap out of people.
Nobody ethically could look at that situation and go, we're going to use positive reinforcement to get rid of this. Because not only by definition, but by safety, like that is a very dangerous game that you're playing. And to me, and this is just my opinion, to me, it's only to try to, if you're trying to do that, you're just doing it for yourself. I've met some positive reinforcement only trainers, like trick trainers.
Trick trainers, yeah.
A lot of my friends, colleagues, people I talk to in between, they all like do that. And we all have like these really lovely organic, like there's no weird, like, oh, like there's none of that, because they understand that like you work with behavior. We're not, and that's the misconception. And so that's where, again, like things get serious. And I feel like it becomes that identity, because at any point, a person who's built their career off of a one-dimensional thing
changes.
If
then their whole identity falls apart.
But the thing is like you're sitting here in front of me with a PhD in animal welfare as a scientist, and you're telling me that those surveys and that study and those things are false. Like there's a degree of validity in understanding that positive reinforcement training. And this is just me passionately talking about dogs, because it just really saddens me and of course frustrates me when I see dog owners have to put down their dog or put their dog into a shelter because you took a square into a dog trainer that only does triangles. That's all they do. And they said, this doesn't fit.
Right. But
because of their identity and their ego, they can't say, you should go to somebody that does squares.
Yeah. You should put the dog down.
That's the amount of dogs.
It's terrible.
That I have had into my facility over the decade that we've gone through that program of, you're my last hope. And I'm like, what have you done? And they're like, well, we just, and they're going down this route of like, so you've never, because I think that's what it comes down to is like, really what it comes down to is you don't believe in punishment.
Yes.
the tools become the target. They become the victim.
Yes.
Like in the United States, if you're a Democrat, Donald Trump is your target. And if you're a Republican, Joe Biden is your target.
Right.
They can't focus on the entire political party because it takes too much time. You're just targeting. So you're targeting tool. So it gets really interesting if we really distill down what's happening in different countries and even in different, like surveys, again, that like the surveys that are being done by people who get paid from their students to sign up for their program. They're putting out literature that says this is the only way to train like this because we all say, and this is science, when really it's a in-house survey done. And people who believe in that are sharing it like crazy because it fits them.
Yeah.
And then they go, oh, and by the way, if you're interested in our fall enrollment, you can sign up now for $5,000.99. And people like don't see through that. And I'm like, but again, I think the tools become the target. And that's why in Australia and the UK and places like that, there's absolutely, undoubtedly, without a doubt, people misusing them because they don't know what they're doing or they're just jerks.
Yeah.
But for the most part, the tools are getting banned in places because of the core beliefs of people not understanding punishment.
Right.
And this is going to really there's this one comment that I wanted to share with you just to share people.
Yay, comments.
How radical.
Oh God.
And I'm not saying this, again, this podcast and any podcast or piece of content I create is just to shed light on what you're not seeing. Like you see those really in-depth like documentaries and like you can paint that however you want. This comment right here was from Jay Steff right here on YouTube. And it says, but prong collars are torture, ! It's much better to have the dog isolated or put down, end quote. That was the comment I got. And people don't understand that when you're subscribing to
isolated
or put down.
Death
over discomfort.
I was going to say death over discomfort. Isolated or put down, which
isolated or put down
is, oh my God.
So
that's cruelty.
You have to ask yourself,
oh my God,
as like somebody who's getting into work with dogs, and I'm kind of just the messenger. I have a platform that I've built and I'm just the messenger to say, hey, there's a lot of really great things going on with positive reinforcement only trainers. They're doing some beautiful work with puppies and service dogs and therapy dogs. But we all have to be mature enough, honest enough, professional enough, and modest enough to put our egos aside to say, when you start having behavioral problems on a low end of the spectrum or even a high end of a spectrum, if you believe in positive reinforcement and you don't believe in positive punishment, it makes no sense. They cancel each other out. If you believe that rewarding a dog for behavior is good, but then when you have a client comes in and you use positive reinforcement to reward a bad behavior, if you don't believe in the other side of the spectrum, you are taking a side on which you have an ideology about, not about what's right for the dog.
That's not how they learn, though. Like, I keep coming back to this. Like, it's not biology-based. It's not how animals learn. Like, nowhere in the animal kingdom are all animals cookie trained. They don't cookie train each other. They don't cookie train into hierarchies. And it just doesn't, it's just false.
So
you know what I mean? And then, like, how would animals actually reproduce and actually evolve over thousands and thousands and thousands of years before force-free trainers were around? Do you know what I mean? It's just not, I honestly believe we have to look to biology. We have to look at nature. We have to learn from the animals. And I don't get this whole, well, we're not dogs. So we shouldn't talk to them that way. If anything, I would say you're correct. We are not dogs. We're not dogs, which is why we should be learning from dogs on how to communicate with them. They're not people.
Right.
So why are we using, I wouldn't even say it's a healthy way to operate as human society. Like, as we talked about, like that movie, The Purge, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even work here. It doesn't work anywhere.
Well, I just find, again, like the realities of, again, coming back down to how animals learn and using those 4 quadrants.
Yes.
And just understanding, I think that there's got to be context, because I look at the young or new trainer, or I look at the dog owner who doesn't know any different. And when we pump things out like force-free, fear-free, positive only, you get sucked into this thing. And I've seen it. I've seen it happen, like to family members, to friends, to past clients, as they go in and they're sitting there. And like we had this one client recently that came in and they said that their dog was at a board and train for 10 months.
Oh my God. For what?
Just behavior and just, it just...
10 months.
10.
Think about the
almost
percentage of life of your dog's entire life that is.
I can't even.
That's insane.
So my point is like there's got to be a point where you can say
it's not working.
This is not working.
Right.
So, and I made a recent video actually that came out today that was going about like if you're working with a trainer, you can work with a trainer for years. Like people work with me for years, but they're not struggling for years. If you're struggling with a dog trainer for more than month, 2 months, you have to move on. Because their ability and experience, skill, whatever, or maybe just their coaching, like they made the best, but they can't coach you through it. You have to move on. And that's where like, again, like when dog owners come in, they say, hey, I've tried this positive reinforcement only thing for my dog and I don't want my dog to do this behavior. I'm like, I want you to understand as a dog owner that you've been fooled and manipulated and they stole your money from you is what they did. Because what you just said doesn't make sense. You're like, I really wanted to be dry today, so I stepped into the shower. What? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You've been desperately working on your dog, pulling you on the leash because they're an excitable, young, intact field golden retriever, and you've been trying to reward your dog for this behavior or trying to reward your dog to do something alternatively. And like we said, we talked about currency, about the value of things, and how unethical it is to go into a studio with a dog and train them and say like, this is training. It's good to know what to do in the beginning, early stages. But when people walk out the door and all this currency starts popping up, other people, other dogs, squirrels, chipmunks, rabbits, lions, tigers, and bears, the training that you just did in this clinical environment without all of those things, like we teach, like we have the 4-H club back at home and we teach young kids between the ages of 8 to 12 how to lure dogs into behaviors with chicken and stuff. Like this is what we teach young children to do. And if you're in an environment where you're teaching dog owners, this is how we train and capture and this is all you need to do. The moment they step out,
distractions,
but they're not going to hire you. That's the thing is like you're losing a client. Like they're just going to go find somebody else that is going to help them through that process because it's not realistic. So again, when we talk about these terms, I just have a hard time. I have a hard time taking anybody seriously when they wholeheartedly believe that using something to reward a dog is going to take something away. I can't take you seriously. Anybody that has maybe questions about any type of training that I do or other people do, Will Atherton, other people that train with a little bit more empathy and balance, like my friend Will says, leadership is love. It's what it is, right? That's why we do the things that we do. When, again, my son's walking in here and he wants to put his hand in hot coffee and I say, no, you can't. And he starts crying.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to be like, you're abusive, man.
Yeah, I know.
When he wants to drink,
let him be scalded.
When he wants to drink bleach or whatever, and I tell him no, and he cries. Or the big thing for him is he just completed his 60th something flight. He just turned a year old, so he travels a lot. We're in and out of airports. We're in and out of busy places, and his thing is just licking shoes. Like he just likes sucking on shoes, and I'm like, bro, like you're gonna get sick, and guess what? I'm gonna get sick, right? Or you're gonna get sick, and that sucks still. So he'll go up to shoes and we take it away from him. He turns red. His tears are rolling down.
Terrible. It looks terrible.
In my heart, I'm like, buddy.
Yeah.
I understand you're upset that I took away something that you wanted, but it's my job as a leader
to protect you from that.
You.
Yeah.
And one interesting thing about like just the concepts of not believing in punishment for the better is like, look at like, again, like coming down to, and this is just me talking about like some of the experiences I've had. It's like, again, somebody will say like, you shouldn't stress, you should never have stress involved with your training. And I'm like, I've had 3 meltdowns today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I smashed the glass on an accident last night. Like there's so much stress involved with our daily operational.
It's not realistic. That's the thing, and it's not
insane.
real life, and you can't apply that to real life. You just can't apply that to real life. And I think there's something to be said about teaching animals to work through mild stress. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like my son, like
some stress resilience too. You can't. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's not real, right?
It's not real. And here's the thing about stress too: stress physiology.
Yeah.
They're going back to some of those studies that say, oh, wow, they hit the e-collar and then the dog, like his ears went back and then whale eye and then maybe even cortisol went up. Do you know what I mean? Because they drew blood right then and there. And there's all these stress responses. It's like, okay, I would agree with that. Like can't dispute that. But it goes away.
Yeah.
It's not like you do this. They get stressed out the second you hit that e-collar or the prong, and then they stay forever more stressed out, and then they're terrified of everything. That just doesn't work that way. Like the natural stress response responds to the stressor, right? You got the stressor, and then you mount the stress response. It comes down. You have to like get over it, and there's a recovery period. So much so that even if you were to design an experiment looking at, let's say, stress physiology, and maybe it's like, okay, well, we want to see how much stress the animals undergo when they get stressed with whatever it is. You actually have to be very careful and calculate when you draw. Let's say you want to look at cortisol and you've catheterized all of your animals, okay, so that you can pull it the time that you want to. You can't just go in there, stress them, and then say, we'll pull a sample like 36 hours from now. You're going to miss the peak. Yeah. There's actually a point where the stress response mounts. You want to catch it at that time. You want to catch it before it falls again, because guess what? It actually falls. Like there's this, I don't know what it is, but we're like terrified of mounting a stress response as if it's never going to recover again. And that's just not the case.
Or just seeing stress, in general.
Yeah, or just seeing stress in general. It's like, oh my God, I need to prevent that. It's like, well, but no, you don't, because they'll get past this, and you as a leader will help them get through this and get to the other side in a healthy manner, effectively, humanely, and efficiently. And I don't see why people, like what you were saying about your son, like putting his hand in like scalding coffee. It's like, well, we do all these things to try to prevent, stress, obviously, which is, that's a given. We're not going to put stress on them for no reason. That would be cruelty. Why would you do that? But we all accept taking our dogs to the vet. We all accept that they hate going there. I've actually seen a dog put his legs out like in the door because he didn't want to go through. It was like terrifying. Didn't want to go, right? We accept that we have to give them vaccinations. We accept that we have to draw blood from them. We accept that they freak out when my dog, very upset when we get into the parking lot of the vet building now. Okay, because he's had to go every month. He's got all sorts of issues now it's very stressful having to go. Right. But it's like we accept that we have to impose that stress because we want them to be healthy and we want them to be well and we want them to be protected in the long term. Why is it that we accept the stresses that we put animals through for all sorts of things? And it's a given that they're going to get through it. But when it comes to like a momentary, like split-second correction, we have this like guttural response where we're unable to do that. Like you're totally right. Like somehow the word punishment has taken on this emotive life of its own that's just been blown out of proportion. And is not scientific anymore. It's not learning theory anymore. It's purely like political emotion. Like it's just it's developed into its own ridiculousness.
Because of the lack of conversations about it, I think. And that's why it's like, again, it's the same thing as if we didn't want, like, if I said to you, Like, okay, it's inevitable for our dogs to go through stress. And again, there's radicals though. I want to be fair because there are radicals. There's some people who only do positive only reinforcement training that are trick trainers or agility trainers or show dog trainers or whatever it is. And that's their jam. They're like, I don't do behavior, or I don't offer behavior modification because that requires things that I'm not capable or experienced or comfortable with doing. Right. But like, to have stress is such a big part of our world, but there are some radicals that, and maybe those radicals are public figures, or maybe those radicals are writing articles, because we've seen that in politics, like the agenda behind like somebody putting out a study or a survey, and then you saying like, I have something that contradicts that. And they go, well, we're not going to post that because that goes against
cherry picking.
Yeah. It's like, that doesn't go against what, and that's hard for me too, is cause like I would talk to a positive reinforcement trainer all day long and be like, we can all agree on like almost everything.
Yeah.
But when a dog like jumps up on my aunt or my grandmother and they're about to put them into the hospital, they're getting punished.
Yeah.
Like, that's not acceptable. That's my job. And my dog looks like an asshole if I don't do that. Now people don't want to be around my dog because I have agreed in my head to say the punishment is bad. So that's like a really interesting thing, that stress has become this very scary thing. And it's like this, and again, it's like this thing that people just keep putting out. See, like if I post a video, like the amount of time, just so you know, like the most amount of time that I have to work with a dog ever is about 2.5 days. And that's with 3 or 4 other dogs. Like, that's a very small percentage of time. I have this out-of-state program that is unbelievably successful. Like, we get dogs in that are the gnarliest, nastiest dogs. And by Saturday, they're in group class wagging their tail. And I don't be like, oh, look. I'm not interested in saying like, look, like people know, they get it for themselves. Dog owners go down this path of like, oh, this makes sense. This does not make sense. You're in your house training your one dog to do all these things, and you're preaching from the rooftop, but you don't have the business, right? Because what you're doing isn't sustainable or copy and pastable to other things. And so when we talk about this conversation of stress, it's like, it's inevitable for people to go through stress. Yeah. It's inevitable for dogs to go through stress. Yeah. And if we were to say like, dogs going to the vet because they get poked, prodded, and stuck with something, but we understand it's for their health and it's for their benefit. Yeah. So they don't have to fight maybe Lyme disease, heartworm, whatever, or we can draw blood and detect certain levels of things and say, we need to get on this. Like, we understand that causing stress to a dog under those circumstances
it's acceptable.
It's acceptable. And we all could be like, yeah,
nobody has a problem with that.
We're going to cause our dog discomfort for 45 minutes to an hour, maybe more, to make sure that they're safe and we're okay. And every single person, doesn't matter what side you're on, does that.
Nobody has a problem.
Nobody has a problem with it.
Yeah.
Nobody bats an eyelash.
Yeah.
But if I say, when my dog jumps on my 1-year-old, or my dog tries to bite another person, and I'm going to put a correction on that dog to cause them stress for a microsecond.
Yeah, half a second.
Not an hour, a quick second.
Yeah.
So they go, oh, you go, yeah, you're not doing that shit, bud. Right. Like, that's not happening. Yeah, but I'm a healer and I like to chase. I know, I get it. I'm suppressing this because I'm not going to change your genetics or your personality.
Right.
These are all conversations that like have to be had as responsible professionals to say, there's going to be certain breeds that are born to say, I don't like you. Well, why don't we just try? No. You see your throat? I want it. Like, I want to kill it. Like, I want to kill you right now. You know, like, we're not going to change. I'm good with my people.
Right.
But like, so then how do we correct the behavior if a dog's like 1, 2, 3? Yeah. So it's interesting that people have no problem with that. But the moment that your dog tries to do something, and I use a tool that was safely invented to demonstrate a safe correction to a dog, because they don't understand, if you do this, I'm taking away TikTok. That doesn't work for dogs. Yeah. You have to physically tell them that this is wrong.
Just like their mother would.
Right? Then what's the it's just, again, it comes back down to ideology of like, where are you sitting? Because you do everything that you're saying you would never do. Right. You just don't realize you're doing it.
Yeah, you're just cherry picking where you want to use it and where you don't.
And where you
biologically relevant everywhere else except for this one thing that makes you feel bad because you want to identify with a certain ideology.
It's bizarre.
It's very bizarre.
And poor dog owners.
Yeah.
Because they're like, well, I read this one article by this thing, and it's like, they said to never, and I'm like, okay. And I always tell people, like, go do, like, please find out. Like, find out. Go ahead. Go down that road. If it doesn't work, you can get back on our waiting list.
Yeah.
But if it does work, then do it. And that's the thing is like, I feel like there's certain people that are trying to put out their own thing, backing their surveys and all these things to benefit them. Like we have a wait list. We've had a wait list for a decade. Like we are not like, come train with us. We're like, we put our money where our mouth is. We see results. We have evidence. We have years of evidence. I don't have a piece of paper hanging up in my office that says, this is my evidence. See these right here? This is my evidence. I'm like, no, I'm actually putting boots on the ground and working with the dog. And there's no, can we all agree that like has science ever been wrong? Absolutely. Like look at what happened a couple years ago with this, thing we all might know about that got kind of people sick and like everyone was shut down, where they came out and they said, hey, this is the protocol. 2 months later, no, we're not doing that. This is not the protocol. Yeah. And I'm science, and I represent science. Now this is the protocol. Two months later, it just constantly evolves, and
But it's not even science, though. It's the interpretation.
Right.
Right. Science is science. It's how we choose to interpret. So just like I said with the cherry picking, right? Evidence-based. There is evidence to show that all these horrible things can happen. With shutting down and anxiety and fear. Of course, I'm not going to deny that. It's for real. Like, those are actual facts. Nobody's denying that. But there's equally evidence to the contrary of that, showing that it doesn't happen. And what I'm saying is there is the science, and there is a way to actually study that carefully and rigorously if we really, really, really wanted to. We could design something a lot more fair. Right? And so they're cherry picking. So it's not, I don't think that science says that the force-free way is the only way. I'm saying that there's evidence and we're cherry picking what evidence we want to show to then solidify that position.
Yeah. And that's what like news outlets will do.
Yeah.
They'll
right.
say like,
you're only getting fed whatever they want to feed you.
And the people who are getting fed are the people who want to eat off that plate. They're not interested in like, well, what's over here in this restaurant?
Yeah.
No, we don't go over there.
Right.
Why?
Because real science is about having curiosity, right? Like, isn't this where it all started? It's like, we're curious. We want to know how things work. What causes, cause and effect? How do we apply this? Like, what does this mean? What do I not know, right? It's about experimentation. It's about looking for things. It's about trying to figure out more. Like, I want to learn more, right? And if we cut that off and we cherry pick and we shame and guilt people into even asking questions, that's not science anymore. That's an ideology.
Yeah. Right. And it's just sad because the dog owners and again, like the trainers, like you're not going to, again, there's nothing you can, especially for somebody who has built anybody has built their whole career off of like, this is it. Like, this is what I, and their brands and their sponsorships, everyone's like, we all align with this. And the moment you're like, you know what?
Maybe not.
Actually, yeah. I think that, I'm not the person I'm not experienced with this dog that wants to kill me and I'm not going to correct it. Maybe you go work with somebody else. And then all of a sudden it's like, so I think there's what they call what is it called when you like, it's cult-like, it's like, it's pitchforking. It's like, we must do this to take down this. And it's like, there's some of that's real. There's people out there that are just absolutely terrible with dogs and they're into sensationalism and they're into just showing people how quickly things can happen if you do it the wrong way. And it just, and it happens every day. And that's, and it's just like, there's people, I guess my point is like, there's definitely people that need to be monitored and
well, there's bad apples.
Yeah.
There's always bad apples.
And there's bad apples
everywhere.
Both ends.
Yeah.
And that's like, that's the thing is like, it happens. And even like, so let me ask you this. So like from a scientific standpoint, like what if I owned an organization, like Upstate Canine Academy, okay? My brick and mortar facility, we have about 20 employees. If I went around and said like, hey, do you think that rewarding your dog is good? And do you think correcting your dog is bad? And they all said yes and no and whatever. And then I came out and I said, the Upstate Canine Academy has now issued a scientific research paper that says these things. And then the people who like agree with it, that follow me or whatever, and they went out and they said, yeah, like these things. Like I just put my money where my mouth is. I don't need to fool, or I just want people to know the truth, and I want them to decide for themselves what is working. If it's not working, move somewhere else. Period. That's at the end of the day. Like you could have sat down and you could have said, yeah, science, and I could have said like, okay, for dog owners out there, like you got to find what works and what doesn't, and you're going to find that really quickly. But like, how easy is it for an organization that may be state funded, locally funded, collegiately funded? Like, how easy is it for them to take an internal poll, whether we crank and yank and we correct dogs, or we only use positive reinforcement? Like, how easy it is for them to turn around and do a poll internally and then put it out and say, the whole world scientifically has now agreed this is the only way. Like, how easy is it for people to do that? And does that happen? Because I feel like it does.
No. I mean, to be actually counted as scientific evidence, the gold standard would be going through the peer-reviewed system. You know, it should be a publication, an actual, like in like the Journal of Science, for example, you know, or whatever journals, or Applied Animal Behavior Science. They're actual. You can't just take something, like not any Joe can just pretend that they're doing some sort of experiment and then like put it out there and call it science. That's not how it works. You do have a rigorous process to go through. I'm not saying that process isn't working. It obviously does. I'm saying what's being fed into that system was rigged to begin with. Like, as we talked about, how the experiment was designed was set up for failure to begin with. And then it went through the system the right way.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is the amount of evidence that's in the scientific literature is inherently biased.
Yes.
Because it wasn't done the proper way to begin with. Like you said, when they're, and there's only a few, because most of them are actually surveys, and that's a completely different beast, right?
But is that like science, like our internal surveys? Because that's a couple that I've seen, like they're internal surveys done by an organization.
I mean, if they can get through a peer-reviewed process, and if they can get into a respectable journal, you know, and if funded and went through the proper channels, then it can get through that channel, yes. But I think everybody agrees, if you know anything about surveys and the way they're designed and how much you can use that data to generate interpretations, it's like you got to take it with a grain of salt, because surveys are all about just asking questions to anyone. And then whatever those results are, they're just correlative. So I can ask you, it's like, hey, Tom, tell me about your dog. I'm going to ask you this question on a scale of 1 to 10. So first of all, I'd ask, has your dog ever been trained with, let's say, a prong collar? And then you check off yes or no, and you check yes. Okay. Then the next question is, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much fear does your dog experience? And then you might say 8. And then next month, I could ask you the same question. You check off yes, because that's a truthful thing, right? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much fear does your dog experience? You might check off 6. Or you might check off 9, depending on how you feel that day and depending on what your dog did that day. It's not a hard and fast metric, and you're assuming that the fear that you think your dog has is directly caused by the usage of that particular tool. It's not cause and effect. It's a correlation. There's a whole host of reasons why things are correlated, but not causative. And if you're trying to actually deduce any type of results and interpret it correctly, it needs to be cause and effect, not correlative. Like, and I've said this before. It's like you can run a survey and be, I think it was like an ice cream thing. It comes back to ice cream, and it was like, hot weather is correlated with an increase in ice cream consumption. True. But then hot weather is also highly more correlated with like an increase of like murders. So does like hot weather cause murders? Well, no, it's probably just because it's hot weather and everybody's like jammed outside. Everybody's going outside. You get more mixing of people. You get more altercations. There's a whole bunch of things that happen that might lead to more fights, and then more fights. You see where I'm going, right? It's not cause and effect. That's not how it works. There's a whole bunch of things that you can't do and interpret with surveys. They're really useful because it helps give the lay of the land, it gives you information, and then it also gives you more ideas on what more to look into. It gives you sort of an idea of what's happening. But then actually to run a full research trial on it, there needs to be some sort of control. Like, it should be highly controlled.
Yeah.
And for the few controlled studies that I've seen out there, like we've talked about, the treatment group where there's the use of aversive tools, as they call them, have been misused and used in a way that no actual respectable trainer would use. Like, and it was destined to fail, right?
Yeah.
And then they're looking at stress and they're like, oh my God, the dog's stressed, not good. And it's like, the whole thing is just so flawed.
From all the studies that I've seen, from all the people who are shouting it off at the rooftops, yelling at each other back and forth, which is ridiculous, maybe it has to happen, but to me, I'm like, I'm not wasting my time with that shit, But yeah. I think what it comes down to is it says, like, when we correct a dog unfairly or even fairly, it's stressful to the dog.
Yes.
Therefore, we think that using chicken and rewards and positive reinforcement is how you should train a dog. Mm-hmm. But we have to define, okay, what comes after that sentence? Train a dog to
do what?
To do what?
Right.
Exactly.
Do what?
Because if we're talking about capturing, which means teaching, how do we mold behaviors?
Right. The
and
creation
adapt?
of that new behavior. Yeah.
You, me, and everyone else on the internet, we can all sit down in one room and hold hands and go, do we all agree? Yes. But that's why, like, when it's like, Tom, look at the evidence. Mm-hmm. And it's like, well, the only thing that I'm seeing is you're telling me that correcting a dog to shape and sculpt a behavior using positive reinforcement is better than correcting a dog into doing the behavior. I myself would never do, I wouldn't do that other bad thing. Mm-hmm. Maybe some people would.
Yeah.
So again, why would you waste my time saying, like, we got to look at the facts? Like, I know I've been doing this since I was in diapers.
Yeah.
I know these things.
Yeah.
Everyone knows these. What's next? But again, some people just
they misrepresent what it is that you're
what
doing.
It is.
It's like, but we don't do that. So I don't know why you're saying this. Nobody does that.
But that's what I mean is, like, there's you gotta pull that back a little bit and go, okay, that survey, that science, that paper, that New York Times, that whatever came out and said that and I always go, and?
Right.
What else? Like, well, I'm 99% of times I use positive reinforcement.
Yeah.
I'm trying to teach and teach and teach and
exactly.
teach and teach and teach and teach. And so that's really what it comes down to, interesting enough, is we have these, different sides, and they're arguing with each other for no reason, because, one side is going to say, well, my survey in science says that correcting a dog to do something that we want them to do causes much more stress, and nobody should do that.
Correct.
And then over here, it's like, but if you use positive reinforcement only, it's going to get the behavior faster, it's going to get the behavior more sustainable, and it's going to get the dog to do it with a lot more joy.
Agreed.
And we're all like,
yeah, who doesn't agree with that?
And what?
Exactly.
What?
Like,
okay.
and yeah, what's your point?
So then what happens is, when we're talking about this really playful puppy and this golden retriever, because that's the thing is, like, when they tried to pass this law in New York State for the e-collar ban, and I worked with our governor for a long time, and guess what? They had a big, 2 acres fenced in at the back of the mansion in Albany, which is our state capital. Governor Cuomo is the highest representative in our state, right? He's no longer in office for whatever reasons. I don't know. But, so he's like, I want my dog to come back. And again, there's paparazzi and there's malicious people, and he's a politician. So people hate him, people love him. Mm-hmm. And so he said, I just want my dog to come back. Well, while he did a board and train with us, I showed him the e-collar, and he said, this is amazing. Mm-hmm. This is incredible. Mm-hmm. This is insane. Mm-hmm. And I do the same thing with other really big people, and they're like, this because they
see the magical transformation that happens,
and then they go, oh, for some reason, I just thought that, like, a shock collar, and I go, not a shock collar, that's not what it is, but okay. And they say, I just thought that, like, if they didn't, and I'm like, yeah, no,
it's not how it works.
No, that's bad. Like, don't do that.
Yeah.
And anyway, my point is like, when that came out, they did this, like, really, again, like, propaganda, marketing manipulation type thing, where I don't know who the representative was to try to pass the bill, but I knew it was going to get squashed pretty quick because, again, in the United States, like, we we have so many voices that are teaching people how to do these things properly, way more than saying, no, we shouldn't. They're much higher, which is a nice leverage that we have because there's some countries who don't. They don't have those people. And so they had these like cute little puppies, these sheltered dogs, and it said ban shock collars. And it basically, the literature was like, we want to make dog's life better by not shocking them and like, but again, like they're painting these pictures of like, so let's say like I walked into a room and we had, again, like, let's say 50 people that on this side and 50 people on that side, and we had 20 in the middle and whatever. Radical, normal, functioning, reasonable humans, right? And we were like, okay, we have this cute little puppy in here, and they're like, all right, Tom, how would you train this dog? And I'd say, okay, what do you want to do? Well, we want to teach this dog how to place. We want to teach this dog how to stay. Okay, cool. First of all, I'd say, is the dog allergic to anything? They say, nope. I say, okay. So I get my beef liver, and I have a squeaker pouch in my No Bad Dogs pouch. So I go, quick, the dog will come over to me, and I pay the dog. I'm like, yeah, buddy, like, let's go. And he's like, oh, you got food and you got a squeaker? You're the best. And I'm like, cool. I'm glad that we're starting off on the right foot. You have good genetics, likely because you're a well-bred golden retriever that the last 7 years or 7 decades of, your lineages were just house pets living the American dream or Canadian dream or whatever, right? Just like this dog is ready to go. We have no trauma. We have no abuse. We have no neglect. We have no abandonment. We have no aggression. We have nothing on the table that tells the dog that they can't have the quickest way to learn possible. So I get the treats out and I say, place. And this is the 10-week-old puppy, let's say. They go, huh?
Right.
This big. What the hell's place?
Right.
And I'm like, all right, buddy, come on. And I get a little bit of food and I lure the dog over and he's going, and he gets onto the place and then, yes. And I use my markers and I say, good place. Good job, buddy. And I pay him and he's like, oh, what just happened? And I go, okay, break. And he's like, where are you going? And he gets off. Yeah. And I bring him over again. I do that over and over again. So the dog is going to go, oh, so, okay. When you say place and I do this, I get that. Paid. And I go, yeah, man. Yeah. Great. That's how myself and any person under my training program trains a dog. Yeah. Positive reinforcement only at that point. Now, at some point, I might use a little bit of negative reinforcement. If the puppy's like, oh, what? Look at the butterfly. I might say, hey, buddy, little bit of leash pressure. That leash pressure is not allowed in another camp. Can't do that, right? But and if you're watching this, both ends of the spectrum on radicals and on both ends.
No problem.
And the people in the middle, they'd be like, yeah, this makes sense. Yeah. And I'm like, right? But then there's certain people on the rooftops that are like, you can never do that. You can never give a dog leash pressure ever. Yeah. Because you're correcting the dog. And that, because, so then I'm like, can we just take a poll in here right now and just say like, this pressure that I gave the puppy to like redirect their attention towards me to get back to work, does anybody have a problem with that in the room? And I would assume everyone would be like, unless, again, I don't know, but I would assume like definitely the people in the middle that are rational. And again, this is like subjective, I guess, but it's like, but no, that makes sense. I get the dog's attention, right? But that little leash pop was a correction, right? I used positive punishment to say, hey.
That's right.
Right? Hey.
Focus.
But again, to some people, that is not acceptable. That's abusive. That's inhumane. That's unethical. And you should be put behind bars. These are all things that I was told by other people when we do this type of training, right? And so the dog gets my attention again. I take my food and he lures back up. I say the dog's name. I say place. The dog goes into a place. I say, yes, good. Well done. Some of the studies that I've seen that other people are saying this is why you can't use any of these tools have been, let's get that cute little 10-week-old golden retriever puppy back out. They don't know place. First of all, they don't know the behavior. Step one, is that highlighted? Are we talking about that? What does the dog know and what they don't know? Because I need to know that. Because that makes
your starting point is huge.
Huge.
Yeah.
I need to know what the dog knows first before we do these tests. Right. Which is not. It's not in there.
It's not taken into account.
So then we say, okay, now we're going to switch gears. We got a litter mate of that puppy, and we're going to rotate half on this side, half on this side. So now I say, hey, let's say the dog's name is Fido. Fido place. They don't. Wham.
Yeah.
What the?
Right. Terrible.
Tail tucks.
Yeah.
Ears go back. They may urinate.
Vocalization,
stress, cortisol levels spike. The dog's like, this sucks. I don't like this guy.
For sure.
We can all then take a poll. Hey guys, how was that fair? And everyone's like, hell, why did you correct that puppy, man?
Why would you do that?
But the scary thing and the disheartening thing, and in my opinion, the unprofessional thing that's happening is that's the surveys that are being, look.
That's what's being filtered into that.
Positive reinforcement only.
Yeah.
Is the way to train a dog, because if you go out and use this tool,
exactly,
you're a scumbag. And
for sure.
But the context has.
And you would be a scumbag.
You would.
You legitimately would be a scumbag.
You would.
Who would do that?
But that's what I'm saying is like, when people are like, look, this guy who just corrected this 10-week-old puppy used this thing, and we swabbed it. We looked at. We all took videos, and the dog was like, oh shit, what was this? Yeah. And we all go, punishing your dog
does this. Don't be that guy.
Don't be that. Science says you can't be that.
Right.
You don't need science to tell you that you're a douchebag if you do that.
Absolutely.
It's crazy.
I know, right?
But that's what's being like, look.
Yeah. Don't be a douche.
Don't be. And we're all like, for like, again, reasonable, rational human beings of dog lovers, we can all go, no, like, don't do that. Like, why would we do that? Right. But then let's pull it back a little bit. Let's say, and we have so many footage of this, but let's say we have a dog in that, and again, there's a spectrum of this, but let's say we have a dog in that is fearfully aggressive. And fearfully aggressive, by my definition, because that has to happen in this conversation for you to go, oh, okay, I know what you're talking about, or people listening and watching. They are reacting because they don't really know what else to do. So they're kind of like the person that's like, like the kid in the social group that's kind of like showing off because they're not getting enough attention, or maybe at home they don't have mom and dad to like give them information and guide them through life. Whatever. There's a lot of correlations with humans and dogs, mainly in how we treat it. Mm-hmm. Dogs are different. Humans are different, but we treat our dogs like humans. Yeah. So there's a direct correlation with the kid at Walmart knocking everything off the shelf. Yes. Right?
And rolling around the floor, throwing a temper tantrum.
So then we get a fearful dog in that's like, they see. So fearful reactivity typically stems from lack of structure, lack of discipline, lack of clarity of like, well, what am I supposed to do? They come into a room and they see somebody they don't know. They love their owners more than anything else. Mm-hmm. That's their priority. But their owners haven't given them clear guidelines. They're like, hey, how about we come over here today? And they're just giving all this information. And the dog's like, oh shit, they don't know what they're doing. Great. Mm-hmm. So then somebody comes in there, whoa, get out of here. You have to get out of here. Back up, mom, dad. And they're like, stop. And he's like, no, we're in trouble. You don't know what you're doing. And that's like what fearful reactivity typically looks like, right? They're not, let them go. They come to me and they run away, right? They're not real, right?
Yeah.
Typically dogs who are really going to hurt somebody or something are silent.
Yes, they don't
predatorial and want to kill. Yeah. Dogs who want to kill become predators. Predators, when they're attacking, don't make a lot of noise.
Right.
Anyway, so then we get this fearful dog in, and I have a video of this that I'm going to share after because this is exactly what happened. It's very like black and white. No, I don't need science. I don't need you. I don't need a college. I don't need anybody to tell me like, oh, did that work? We can all go, yeah, I think it did. So we had this dog come in for an example. Again, the fearful reactivity, didn't know what to do, blah, blah, blah. So I can just see the dog's like not malicious, doesn't want to hurt me, isn't aggressive. They're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like fear barking, right? So if you've been in the industry long enough, you know the difference in tonage and verbiage, vocalization from dogs and where it's coming from, where the diaphragm is, because the way that they move their body when they're nervous or they're insecure or they're happy squishes things together and their bark will sound different. So like a fearful bark is typically like, whoa. Yeah. Where they're basically like somebody scares the shit out of you and you go,
yeah.
It's exactly how a dog will bark, but a more like confident, like a more PSA like bark and hold type, very rhythmic, woof, 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 like gimme. They're confident about it, right? They're not like right. So and then like their body language also tells you a huge picture. Like you see a dog that's more fearful, but like this.
Yeah, they're ready to
confident bark and hold. IGP, Schutzen, whatever. Ruff, 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 ruff.
Yeah, they're waiting.
Give
it to
me, right? And you can just tell that, and not only the vocalization from the dog's point of view and their diaphragm and how they're breathing, but also their confidence of like, I'm patiently waiting for you.
Yeah, they're waiting.
And it's like that too, like with police agitation too. You do your announcements, Boston Police Department come out, you're going to get bit. The dog goes in, we might command the dog to do a bark and hold. We might just say, hey, just find the bad guy. But the dog gets there, roof, roof, and they're waiting for that guy to just go and bang, you're done. Like now I've been taught to go. Anyway, I digress. So fearful dog comes in. They don't know what to do. They're not malicious. They're confused. Mm-hmm. They're like, what do we do? Mm-hmm. So then I come in, dog's doing that to me, and the dog's like, doing all these things. Give me the leash. Oh, you sure? I'm like, yeah, I can tell really clear like what's going on here. But yeah, okay. Take the leash. And oftentimes the dog isn't towards me, it's towards other dogs, it's towards other sounds. And in this particular case, like many cases, it's like the dog reacts, and then the owners are kind of like, shh, 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 shh. Like they're covering I've heard the craziest things. They're covering their eyes. They are singing a song. I've seen dog owners bite their dog's ears. I've seen
that's a good strategy.
getting up and going into the other room, and now the dog's barking through the door, and I'm like, why don't we just handle it like now, so that way we don't have to do this? Mm-hmm. And this is important too, because this comes down to sustainable fundamental stress in canines. So think about this. Think about the amount of stress that this particular dog, this fearful dog, this whatever dog, is creating. Like,
that's what I mean. It's in the gray zone, and it's actually really stressed out. That is not good for its well-being. It's
very unhealthy.
You want to take it out of that state as soon as possible. It's stressful for the dog to be like that. So
you're sitting in a room, and a human walks by, and the dog goes, and we're all, okay, that's not reasonable. This is not normal. Okay, you're sleeping at night, 10:30 at night, you're laying on the couch with your partner, and somebody walks through your house. Okay, do your thing, dog. Like, do that, right? Mm-hmm. That's reasonable. Mm-hmm. That's healthy. It's normal. Mm-hmm. Somebody walking by a room to go get a drink of water and your dog thinking that it's World War III is not only an unhealthy way to live, but the amount of sustainable stress that dog has to deal with
all the time,
forever.
Yeah,
stress.
Terrible.
Constantly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So and a lot of times, and again, we have this documented, evidence-based documentation in 4K with real people in real life. I say the dog starts barking because one of my receptionists decides to print something out. How dare them? Leave it. Correction, right? So we can talk about, again, what vehicle we're going to use that correction. In this case, let's say a prong collar.
Yeah, it could be anything.
Could be anything. As a dog, emotionally and physically builds, because those two things are counteractive with one another. They talk to each other. Mm-hmm. So instinctually, right? So we go outside and it's freezing. Our body automatically goes, and wow, it's fucking cold out here, right? We're emotionally going, it's cold, right? Our body is going, what do we do to protect ourselves so we don't die? So a fearful dog goes like, my parents have no idea what they're doing because they've never given me clear guidelines. So when somebody comes in, we are under attack.
Yeah.
The only thing these guys have done is had conversations with me since I was a puppy or whatever. So the person walks by, somebody prints something up, and I go, leave it, which is what I call a negative marker, which should be sustainable over time, or a cue. I say, leave it. The dog is barking. I correct the dog after the dog continues to bark. The dog goes, what the hell was that? And I'm like, good, leave it.
Right.
Nice.
Yes, there's the balance.
And they go, but as that builds physically and emotionally, there's a graph that a dog will do. They go like this. So they'll start to build. You start.
It's loading.
Yeah, exactly. The chest will puff out. The ears will flick up. You may see their jowls go.
Yeah, the close.
Yep.
Yeah, it's happening. You've got like 2 seconds.
So emotionally, they're going. Their brain is going, something's entering that I need to protect the people who don't know what they're doing with. And then physically, they're also responsive to that. And so as they're building, a correction, red zone is here. They're going, and some dogs are, and other dogs are like, what's going on? A correction will go, boop.
Chops it off so you don't
the dog
escalate.
Goes, boom.
Yeah.
Right? So you're sitting there and you're like, equivalent to, what are those guys doing over there? How dare them do construction over here at my hotel during this time? I'm trying to sleep and I'm trying to do, somebody dumps a bottle of water on me.
Yeah, like,
hey man.
Stop it, man.
Chill out.
Yeah.
What do you, well, okay.
Yeah.
So as the dog is building, I have the ability to correct the behavior before it red zones.
De-escalate it.
De-escalate it. Yeah. Stop it from, hey, whoa. Now, there's a conversation that needs to be had during that time of like, what is the proper and fair correction?
Right.
What equipment are we using? Do we have a dog that redirects on us?
Right.
do we have a dog that, again, like, so there's context, and I want to go over a couple different things, because for dog owners, they're going to say like, well, okay, what does it look like? This is what it looks like, right? So as the dog starts to build, our correction comes in. We say, hey, stop, right? So a correction, again, by definition, is to teach, to clarify, to potentially protect you, to learn. If we're correcting, if you're, I always tell people, if you're riding on training wheels your whole life, somebody needs to teach you how to drive your bike, right? And so as you're learning, we go, whip. So you're driving down the road and you get a little sleepy, your heart goes like this, you can't breathe, your adrenaline starts pumping, you go, holy shit, I got to pay attention, right? So that correction saved your life, maybe, saved your kid's life, saved your partner's life, saved the person in oncoming traffic's life, whatever. Saved the trees, whatever. Like that correction of like, hey, wake the F up. That's a correction by definition, right? Snapping you out of the state of mind you're in to altercate your roadmap.
Yeah.
Where are you going with this? Are you going to go off into the trees and we have to have a funeral in 4 days? Or are you going to wake up and get some coffee or something, right? But it goes so quickly for spectrums.
Yeah.
Because I typically talk about this because it's like, again, I've pulled dogs out of fenders with their tags of like the Smith's dog, call me. Like I've seen these things, right? It's unfortunate that I've seen these things, but it's helped me become the person I am today. Yeah. And this is why this means so much to me, is I'm pulling these dogs out and they still have their cute little tag on, and the owners are like, they always come back. And I'm like, but what if you had something that could go, that snap them out of like the deer or the squirrel, or and I've seen it too, where it's like, it's so traumatic that the dog was just simply running across the street to see the kids. And then the bus. In front of the whole, because you didn't have proper protocols that if your dog said, where's your chicken now, bud? Don't care.
Competing motivation.
Nobody
talks about competing motivation.
I don't use those terms. I try to simple it down. I usually talk about you're in competition. That's why when you go to Las Vegas, it's like, or Times Square, or like, whoa, everyone's competing for your attention, right?
Yeah.
So that correction. So then what happens after that is the dog takes so that stress leading up, right? They're getting, oh God. I say, hey, quit it, man. You don't need to do that. It's just the printer. They're allowed to print stuff over there. It's good, right? Because there's ethical. I'm not saying like you have to deal with somebody coming over and kissing your face or giving your nail trims. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
This is real stuff that dog owners really deal with, where they're like, their dog hears something else, and so the amount of stress that is created over time. To you, to them, to your neighbors, to your kids, to your lifestyle, it's chronic, nonstop, doesn't go away.
Which is bad welfare.
It's exactly.
Right.
So after you correct, my job is to then, take their hand and go, hey, I'm going to show you a better, less stressed way of living. You have to trust me. And that's where the beautiful things start to happen.
Yes.
So I take that prong collar, I take that vibration of my e-collar that's like a vibration of a cell phone. And the dog goes, whoa, what do I do? And I say, hey, come. The dog comes to me and I pay him. Now, one interesting thing that I always like to just have conversations about, because to me, it's like one of the biggest things that I hear specifically from the other side, or people who are just radicals, right? Because it's not really the other side. It's just people who are like, there's no room for it. There's no room for this. And I'm like, okay, it's a little radical. It's a little like crazy to think that way. There's no room for that.
Yeah.
How are you to decide there's no room for that for all dogs? That's crazy. So the conversation is like, well, if you correct the dog, when something comes into their brain and they start to process it, they're going to correlate those two. Or they're going to say the printer or the person or the dog is now going to be associated with stress. A bad thing.
Yes. And now they're going to be terrified of the printer.
Right. So, again, like to be logical and to try to let's, again, like if you said that to somebody, they go, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But I'm like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that if you went off the road and you hit the rumble strips and it stressed you out and you gave you a mini heart attack, you're never going to drive again? It's not. The road didn't cause that.
Right.
Your decision to do something or to do a behavior caused that.
Yeah.
Because the road's still there and I'm not stressed, right? So that's the thing I always I demonstrate it with a dog in my hands. The dog reacts. I said, hey man, quit it out. Like, stop. You are suffering.
Yeah.
like constantly anxious, like they can't relax.
Yeah, that's terrible.
It's a terrible way to live. It's
Yeah.
unethical. It's
Yeah.
inhumane. It's stressful to no end, right? And then I correct the dog and they go, oh crap. So again, then they go, well, now what do I do? Come. Oh, okay. Sit. Yes. Oh, that was pretty good. Okay, come. Okay, good. And now the printer prints out the next thing and they go, yes. And they go, this is much different.
But see, now you're actually using counter conditioning in conjunction with correction.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. It doesn't have to be just all one or the other. Like when you combine them together, you get like a synergistic effect that makes things so much more effective and quicker.
I agree. It's interesting because if we go back to my demonstration of the puppy, like we can apply that to this. All right, Golden Retriever 1, come back out. Woo, he's like, yeah, this place is great. That guy's here, the treats are here, that Matt's here. This is great, positive, wow. Right? And I say, place. And he goes, yeah, I'm getting on that thing because I want that beef, right? And I want you to squeak your toy and all this is going to happen. And I go, yes, good, nice. Now let's just, like, we can agree on that, right? Now let's just say, again, we're working with that fearful dog. And that fearful dog, again, like I have just like one of the best videos I've done recently, to date anyway, that kind of shows and demonstrates this exact thing from happening. This was a person, this is something I want to ask you, is like, this is a person that had worked with, I think, 2 other trainers and a behaviorist. And the behaviorist had a PhD in behavior, and I think they were a certified dog trainer. And I don't want to poo-poo them. I don't know who they are. I don't know where they're from. I don't care about that. That doesn't matter. If you tried something and it didn't work, let me try to help you, because that's I break through. That's what I try to do. And so the dog had worked for over 6 months, from my understanding, on all these things, and nothing was working. And he was on an enormous amount of medication.
I was just going to say that.
An
They
enormous.
probably put him on like Prozac,
Trazodone, everything.
Yeah.
And then they had this one that they basically said they have to be really careful with because it drops the heart rate so low that it's dangerous.
Oh my God.
That's what this dog was on. Okay.
Jeez.
And I want to show you this quick video because the behaviorist and the trainers, from my understanding, again, they're not here, I don't know, but from my understanding, they said that this is the only way to do it. Unfortunately, this is like your life with your dog. And I want to show you this video of me debunking that and countering that. And we're not talking about sustainability at this point, because the sustainability of the dog would have to come from coming in to work with me for months. Now, if I worked with this dog and I proved to them that they can coexist around other dogs beautifully, and then they went home and just failed, or maybe they just didn't have the skills, again, that's not about the methodology.
Yeah, that's their maintenance and their ability to maintain.
Their ability.
Yeah.
Right? You give LeBron James a ball and they dunk it and they go, well, you can't dunk it, so you don't know what you're doing. No, I'm just not LeBron James. Right. And I shouldn't say that because I don't want to compare myself to LeBron James. I'm just saying a professional, right? A professional. So here's this video. So see the reactivity?
For years. His owners have been through several different dog trainers, a behaviorist with a PhD, and nothing, and I mean nothing, has helped this dog effectively until right now, what you're about to see in this video. Now, we all understand that rewarding your dog for behaviors encourages things. Good job, buddy. Do it again. Dog owners, correcting your dog discourages behavior. We don't want you to do that again. Do not let others fool you and shame you into being a good leader for your dog that your dog deserves. Here's your proof in this video. Watch it again if you need to. If you guys want to learn how to effectively dismantle and learn more about reactivity in general, you can take my brand new Reactive to Neutral course now. Well, wait a minute, Tom. I heard correcting dogs will make them stress. That's the point of a correction. It's supposed to be stressful. They're not supposed to like it. Your kid licks a shoe, you pick it up, you take it from them, and they cry. Why'd you take it? Because it's bad. It's stressful. You hit the rumble strips when you're going off the road, and you wake up and your heart goes through your throat. You're like, oh my God, what was it? It's stressful. That's the point of a correction. Don't be fooled, guys. What do you think of that?
Can we take you?
So that is really sad.
Yeah.
To me, like really sad, because I thought you were going to show me like a lion, man eater, like, because you said this dog's already been to several other trainers, right?
Yeah.
And a behaviorist.
Yeah.
And, so it sounds like this poor dog has tried, or these owners have tried several other things.
Yeah.
And nothing worked. So I thought this is going to be really tough dog, right? Like that would.
It took me about 5 minutes to walk into my back facility with 5 other dogs, and he didn't make a peep.
I don't understand how that dog needed to go through 3 trainers. Like, and here's the thing. I see this a lot too when people say, I tried everything.
Yeah.
We've tried everything. How many times do you hear people say, well, I've tried everything? I'm like, no, you haven't tried everything. Clearly, you haven't tried everything.
Yeah.
That was a simple correction. Honestly, there's no reason why they should have put up with that for like 2 to 3 trainers in like a year.
But that's what I'm saying, right?
It's so easy.
But that's where, like, let's talk about, again,
Wow.
correcting your dog causes stress. But, like, look at the amount of stress that they had to go through. They traveled from, Abby, where were they from? Oh, you weren't there. Sorry. They have endured so much stress in their life with their dog. And to be frank, you or anybody else that kind of knows dogs and understands like this ethical balance of like, this needs to be corrected.
Yeah,
This is insane.
no.
Could have done the same thing in my opinion. But my point is it's just like, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people that are saying, this is how your dog is going to be forever. There's no other option. And in order for your dog to coexist around other dogs, they need to be heavily medicated. And if they do react, you need to run away. And I walked into the back of my facility with 4, and I do this. The thing is, I just have this really quickly because I did it a couple weeks ago. I do it used to do it every day. Now I do it every month. But that's what I'm saying is like, the reason why I wanted to talk to you and the reason why I'm making content is because the amount of dogs in shelters, like they have no option. What was the next option? Euthanasia?
For that?
Exactly.
For that, which is a very simple fix.
Yeah, and I don't...
And to me, that's like, that is really poor welfare. And if anything, if you want to talk about destroying the relationship with your dog, being chronically frustrated with your dog, being chronically, I hate to be around this dog because it's stressing me out. I don't like to take him on walks because he pulls my arm out. I'm in pain. The dog does not become a pleasure to be around anymore, and you don't even want to be around your dog anymore, and you don't want to walk him anymore. That is extremely destructive to the relationship between you and your dog. When you can't even enjoy each other anymore, that's horrible. And having to endure that type of horrible like conflict of a relationship for like a year or however long it took to get through 3 different trainers, that to me is unethical.
So
you don't need that.
But that's the conversation that I always try to like, again, I'm not going to argue with people. Like, I got to help people.
Yeah, that's sad.
I don't have time to argue about who's right. Like I don't have that time. If you want to go look at all of the evidence that I have, look at it. Look at all the reviews. Look at what I'm doing, right? Yeah. And so that's what I'm saying is like, so the microsecond of that correction of the dog that you saw in that video unfolded, let's just say a year's worth of stress, like that.
Yeah.
So again, it's like it causes dog stress. Yeah, it does. But that's the point of a correction. Like when we, let's say you walk into a classroom and you think you're, big bad and you're just a young kid and you got a teacher and you're like, they're like, hey, Billy, I need you to sit down. They're like, I'm not sitting down for you. And they go, oh, really? And then they make a subject out of them ethically and it causes stress. They turn red in their face and they go, I'm not doing that again. Yep. They're going to hold me accountable.
Right.
And that's at the end of the day. Again, when we come down to like, sides, it's like it's really holding somebody long-term effectively accountable, because that's the thing that I hear a lot is like, just tell them no, put them in the other room. That's the punishment that we use. No, it's not. That's not effective, right? So again,
obviously, because they continue doing it. So if your word no, because I ask people this, I'm like, oh, well, he's jumping on the couch. I was like, well, what are you doing about it? Well, I tell them no. I'm like, well, how is that working for you?
Exactly.
Well, obviously not, because he's continuing to do it for the next 6 months. I'm like, okay, so your word no doesn't hold any meaning.
Exactly. And I want to show you this, again, like just to make it black and white. It's like, this is what disheartens a lot of dog trainers out there that are just trying to help people. Yeah. And I've had a lot of people that only used to believe in positive only reinforcement training that have then, I actually have a testimonial from a guy at my seminar in the UK last year. And he literally said that I we'll play it for those who are watching and listening.
So I've had an interest in dog behaviour for a really long time. I've worked in rescue for about 10 years, and a lot of the rescues I work in had the positive only kind of spin to them. And I actually started researching Tom's work and Will's work and other trainers because I met someone who was using tools and I wanted to prove them wrong. And I found that the more I researched it, the more I was actually in the wrong, and it's opened up a lot of doors for me. I've been working with dogs for such a long time, and like I try and keep a student mentality. There's always more you can learn. Every dog I meet teaches me something new. But what I like about seminars like this and following Tom online and Will online as well is they are where all of us aim to be, and they're so open about like their recipe. You know, it's not like a secret recipe. They want everybody to do as well, and I think they've got the right approach that, you know, the more dog trainers there are that are doing this well, the more dogs are going to be helped. And I think that shines through that, you know, it's not about money for them, it's not about ego, it is still at its core about helping dogs.
He said, I started watching Tom's stuff because I saw him pop up in places, and he said, I tried to watch him to pick him apart. And he said, after watching some videos, I realized that I was wrong. And he immediately changed. It's awesome, but it's scary. I'm
It
like,
is.
you are targeting me and almost being like, that guy uses prong collars and e-collars, so he must be this. And it's like, it's sad because, again, I just want to play you like how reactive this dog was, and I want to show you the after.
It actually saddens me. The other dog, that it was on medication.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So like, look,
This a different dog?
that's the same one, just at home. How stressful is that?
I know. Love the harness, by the way. Yeah.
And
That's exhausting.
It's exhausting.
Like, it's exhausting for
me
the dog and her.
Let me show you really quick. So after that one correction, how much evidence do you need?
I know.
Right?
Right.
So,
But the dog was stressed.
but that's what I mean is like when we come down to the conversation of, again, and I'd love to have those conversations with people who are not going to get offended and upset and like, bleh, you know, because I mean, I'll admit, like somebody comes into my page and starts like talking crap or like whatever, like I'll just block them. And it's not because like I think
don't have time
I don't have
for it,
time for
yeah.
you on my, like if you're here to learn, I'll explain to you how to do stuff, but I don't have time for this, you know? So anyway, it's just really interesting to see the effects. And like, again, like the conversation comes down to how much stress is involved in avoiding
More stress.
being assertive. Like instead of fixing the problem, like
Yeah.
what's the deal? So it's like, it's hard for me because I'm a dog lover more than I am a professional. And it's hard not to get emotional about it, especially when I have more evidence than most people because I've been professionally documenting my training for a long time, you know, and I have a lot of evidence, which is why I think it's helpful for people to go, oh, okay, this is making sense. But it's just hard. So like, where do you think dog owners, like having that correction change that dog's life? That's just, I do, like me, myself, you, other people, we do this every day. And some people are like, I'm so grateful for you. I'm so thankful for you. Like all this stuff. And I'm like, this was pretty easy, to be honest. Like you've just been, it's like fed this information for so long, and they told you all these things. And like, I have a couple videos too of like what an e-collar correction looks like, and like the dog just responds and then doesn't, and they find that like really quick moment, like that moment and momentary moment of being discomfort.
Yeah.
Like that changes the whole dichotomy of like how you relate to your dog. And I think it's also one of those things too that, again, people think that if you're using remote collars and you're using prong collars, that you're constantly out.
Yeah, that you're using it all the time.
It's nuts.
It's yeah, you're not using it all the time. Again, it's a tool. It's not your full strategy. And that's not what the training program is. The tool is not the training program. Like it's like 1% of what you do.
Exactly.
And then somehow you're tagged as if you're using it 100%. Like that's all you are.
Right.
You're just an abusive, like,
That's what I mean about the training wheels. It's like,
jerk. You know, it's like, how did it come to that? You know?
It becomes a handicap if you're constantly using it. But I use like, and again, like the prong collar by definition, or I guess by invention, like, again, I think if you're the type of person that sees a piece of equipment and immediately judges somebody, like, I just want you to know, like, even if you take me, like, I'm a human and I try to give people respect and love and empathy and all of that. But if you're somebody who looks at something and automatically it'd be like somebody walking around and they had a gun. Actually, one of my clients recently did that. They were in the bank with their grandchildren, and they saw this guy with a gun, and she immediately got her grandkids in like this, and she was like this, and this is inevitable and this is natural. But I'm just saying, like, she got her grandkids in, and she's like, "Oh, what's about to happen?" And he pointed, and he's like this, and she looked up, and he had a badge on, and she's like, "Oh man, like." So it's like the same thing with like prong collars too, is like, again, like my wife soaking wet is 110 pounds. We typically have big dogs. I had a St. Bernard who's 165. We're picking up a new big boy next year. And like, it's not about like people think like when you have a prong collar on, they think that they're sharp, and when the dog pulls against it, it cuts them, which is insanity.
Yeah.
I would be in jail. I wouldn't have the platform I do. I wouldn't have the backing of
or that e-collars burn.
Right.
That's another one.
So people just think
burn them. I'm like, that's not how it works.
It's crazy.
You know?
It's crazy, but people just think that like the dog comes out and we just hold him up like this on our whole walk. And the reality is like when you have a dog that overpowers you physically and they want to chase a squirrel, or in some cases if it's an aggressive dog that wants to bite somebody, again, it's more like if you correct that dog, you're going to be able to live your life happy. But do you have any thoughts on like the difference between like personality and behavior or genetics? Because I've been kind of explaining this in a new way that you can't change
genetics.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a real thing. Here's another thing with this whole like weird dichotomy. I don't get it. Why there's this nature versus nurture debate. And that's been going on like centuries old. Is it nature? Is it nurture?
So explain that a little bit.
You know, it's all in how you raise the dog. They always say it's all in how you raise the dog. And yeah, how you raise the dog makes a huge difference, but it's not 100%. Genetics does play a huge difference in the temperament of an animal. That's not the same thing as behavior. Behavior can be shaped. Behavior is learned. But a temperament, by and large, there's a lot of genetics behind temperament, which is why we breed for certain things, right? And all sorts of animals, there's going to be that. Like if you want to breed for docility, you can do that. If you want to breed for more aggression, you can do that. And it has been done and is done. There's an ethics behind that, obviously. But we're talking about, is this a real thing? Yeah, of course there are temperament types. There absolutely are. Wasn't it like, I don't know, you can look it up now. I don't remember what year it was, but like that guy that took like silver foxes, you know what I mean, for fur. And he purposely took the most docile pairs and were just breeding them for docility because they didn't want to have to deal with like aggressive animals.
They just wanted to kill them. And
and basically what he ended up with was dogs.
Domesticated,
right? Yeah, it started changing colors. Their ears started flopping. They started getting like patterns and stuff like that. They didn't even look like foxes anymore. So things change. You can absolutely. Now, that's not to say, again, don't take it out of. There's context matters, right? Context always matters. You can't just say, well, that's genetically just, a very docile dog, you can't make him mean, or that's going to be a genetically mean dog and you can't make him nice. Like I don't understand this whole obsession with it's all one thing or the other.
Yeah.
It's not. It's like it's nature and nurture together. You have like the clay, right? And then you have to mold it. So it's like, okay, well, I'm going to give you a clump of clay and then you can turn it into this like beautiful statue. If you don't mold it, it's never going to turn into that statue. But at the same time, I can also say, well, I want that beautiful statue and you know how to carve it, but then I didn't give you the right amount of clay for it. It's not going to happen either. Like it takes both. It takes both. You have to have good genetics and good training. Together you get something really beautiful.
Yeah, because you can't buy an expensive dog that's won the Westminster and not train him because they're still going to be a nightmare.
Well, that's the thing. Like, training, of course, matters, and the behavioral shaping, of course, matters, but genetics matters as well.
Yeah, and I think, too, it's like that also comes back to like certain dogs, too, that certain professionals will work with. So, like, for me, I deal with a lot of man-eaters, you know, dogs who have a bite history. They really want to hurt people. And you can't take the way that I train those dogs and say that this isn't going to, you cannot do this with puppies, or you can't do, like, again, the golden retriever thing. Like, that's where I see a lot of people apply some of the methodology or even like techniques that I would use or other people would use. Like, if I have a dog that's coming after me and I have to choke them, I have to hold them back so they don't bite me, because if they bite me, they're dead. Like, there's another bite history. They were sent here by the court in the first place. And if they actually break skin, it gets deported to the Department of Health. Now they're dead.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hold them out and make sure that they don't kill me.
Yeah, and themselves.
Or themselves, I meant, yeah. And so, like, that's the other thing that I see often is people are looking at these man-eaters and or they're looking at, like, when I would correct a man-eater for whatever. Like, I had this Tibetan Mastiff in, and this guy was handicapped, veteran, nice guy, but he had too much dog and he knew it.
Yeah.
But he loved his dog, and he made it his point and mission to make sure it worked. He couldn't correct the dog, and it was dangerous. The dog would drag...
Serious dog.
He would drag him down and try to hurt somebody.
Yeah.
And the dog was doing it because the owner didn't have control. So those two things, I'm like, why do you have that dog, first of all? Like, this is a different conversation.
Yeah.
But I used the e-collar pager. Like, it was like the most beautiful upfront thing in the world. Like, this guy couldn't control the dog, but the dog was trying to bite somebody because he was fearful that somebody was going to hurt him and his dad, or maybe because his genetics told him he had to be aggressive and protective and all the things. And my e-collar has a vibration on it. Yeah. And so I went like this, and he went,
like, what?
And it's also like a conversation of suppression that is ethical and needed. There's certain dogs that you have to suppress what they want to do. And again, that's like one of these very taboo things to say. Like, you get this GSP pointer that's sitting there like this, wanting to chase a bird, or a border collie.
Yeah.
Or these dogs that, like, are born to do certain things.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, you should just let him. You know? And it's like,
Really?
how ethical is that when they go and they kill the neighbor's cat, and now your dog is being euthanized because of that, because that was the governor, the mayor.
Yeah.
Now you're screwed.
Yeah.
So, like, you have to start being realistic with those things. And that's a conversation, again, I just get so frustrated with sometimes, because it's like,
Breed matters.
Genetics matter.
Absolutely.
And it's also not applicable. Like, the training that I do with this man-eater,
Yeah.
and then somebody over here that trains their service dog or their therapy dog at home with their harness and their treats and their cheese and their chicken to like get the door and open it and like, look, this is all you need. You can't train like this because of these reasons. I'm like, this is not a fair conversation, and I'm not willing to have it.
Yeah.
This dog right here is different from the dog that you're training at home.
Absolutely.
And you can't apply them and say, look, they're different things.
It's a different thing.
It's a
different beast, different temperament, different problem, different issue.
But that's what and I would just
no one size fits all.
Exactly. And it's just frustrating, and I would urge people to understand that when they're out in public, if you're a dog trainer, I love people who are out there that are helping dogs in their lives. I want them to continue to do that. But we have to understand, I think we should all come together, hold hands responsibly, and say, hey, you're right in your own domain and what you're doing. And then these other dogs and these other trainers that are working with these dogs, we all have to be realistic here.
Yes.
Because if we're all fighting with each other and we're all trying to, I call it a dick measuring contest, because everyone's like, I'm right. No, I'm right. No, I'm right. No, I've got these titles. No, I've got nobody cares, because what you guys are doing is you're arguing with each other, which is hurting the dogs.
Yeah.
We all need to just take a step back and go, okay, when you train with these dogs, this is appropriate, we can agree. And if when you train with these dogs, it's appropriate, and we can all agree. Yeah. And I have thousands of pieces of evidence, and so do other people, and we don't have to sit there and tell people how they should be training their dogs, because not every dog is the same.
Exactly. You have to treat everyone as an individual. And again, like, I'm all about, like, just, why can't we just be normal? Just be normal.
It's crazy,
don't be a weirdo. Don't subscribe to one ideology. Don't use just one tool in your toolbox. Open up a big toolbox so you have versatility and you have flexibility and you understand how to communicate, and not like, don't take this on as an identity. Like, I completely agree with you, which is why I think this is a great conversation, which is we need to come together and have honest, respectful discussions without flying off the handle and being, I don't know, boxed into one category.
Or just like playing the blame game of like,
Yeah.
let me see your dog. Like that's one thing that I also like tell people, like when you're watching just social media is great, but it also can be kind of dangerous. And so like, who are you taking advice from as a dog owner? Are you taking advice from a soapbox preacher that's just working with their personal dog at home in their home with no problems? And that's how they
with no
train?
distraction.
Because that's what I see.
Yeah.
Somebody comments and they're like, this is abusive and you shouldn't do this. And I look at their page and again, their identity is in their profile and they're working with their dog at home under those circumstances. They don't have clients. They're not working with aggressive dogs. They're working on trick training and sit and down and stay and distraction work and engagement work. And they're saying that you can't
do that.
But again, we go back to the golden retriever and it's like, Tom, how would you train this dog? I would train this dog how everyone else would train this dog.
Yeah.
I would hope. But then when you go into like my world where every single dog that comes in will probably make the hair on the back of your neck stand up and they mean it. We can't have the same conversation about it's tomatoes to oranges.
Yeah.
They're completely different conversations. And it's unethical for us to put a blanket on and say, to train a puppy on behaviors and a service dog and a therapy dog and a trick dog and an agility dog and a barn hunting dog, this is how you train. And every other dog should fall into that line.
Yeah, because it's not the same.
Absolutely ludicrous. And I think for the most part, the people who disagree with that are the loudest. So they're out there doing that.
Yeah.
I think 80% of the other people are like, yeah, no shit. Like dogs need boundaries. There's people who don't believe in punishment at all. They just let them do whatever they want. Yeah, they'll put them in the other room. Like, really? They bark the whole time too. So I think it's just, I just would urge people to, in your gut and in your mind, know that there's people out there that are going to try to shove things down your throat. And I hope that my conversation with you and with anybody else that I've ever had isn't that. My goal, because there's so much propaganda around one side and not the other, is to just pull the blanket off and look at the boogeyman under the bed and say, hey, it's not real.
Well, I mean, back to evidence and looking at the dog in front of you and what's actually presented in front of you instead of like listening to some stranger behind a keyboard. My biggest advice is if you're going to choose a trainer, right, or listen to advice, I would say take the same approach as, and we'll go back to the gym because everybody can relate to that. If your goal is, I want to get cut and I want to have a six pack and I want to look shredded, I want this, what would you do? Would you go to the guy who has the exact body that you have? You're like, I want to look like that. Clearly, that guy understands nutrition and exercise and knows he understands how to get that because he has that. Or do you go to the out of shape dude that's the shape of a potato sack but is telling you, I got this, I got that, I got this certification, I was trained here, and I'm telling you how to eat, and I'm going to design your program. It's like, you go to the person who demonstrates what it is that you're achieving and can actually give you that. You don't go to the person who tells you something but isn't showing you what it is that you're trying to achieve. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, we see that a lot too on social media too, where there's a dog trainer working with a dog for 6 months and they're still like, oh, we're going to keep trying this and we're going to keep trying that. And I'm like, I pray to whatever God you believe in, that when you are watching that video, you can read between the lines of what's going on.
Yeah.
When there's other people out there, like any other dog trainer that's just showing you, I've gone through 6 programs by the time this one person, and I shouldn't say that. I don't like to I'm just saying, like, if you're following somebody who is working on a dog
that long
and they have struggled with this dog on one of the most easiest things in the world for that long,
there's an issue.
Well, if you're continuing to subscribe to that, it's a reflection of like
but they don't get that because they're told that behavior takes that long to change, right? They're like, oh, you need to be patient. You need to be patient. And somehow, I agree. Patience obviously is a great virtue. We should all be more patient.
Yeah.
But waiting something out isn't going to make it change.
Makes it worse.
Right?
Look how stressed that dog was for that long.
It was on Facebook, actually. I should stop reading comments on Facebook.
Yeah, you should.
I know. It causes me stress.
Yeah.
But there was this woman.
But you're still on it.
I know. I gotta stop. You gotta give me a correction. There was this one woman who said she was working on her recalls, Could have been on your page. I don't know. But she said, I've been working on recalls for 7 years. I was like, are you... 7 years. She goes, we're still working on it, though. We're getting better. She's a lot better than she was before. 7 years. You haven't mastered the recall in 7 years.
Scary. But
why do you
know.
continue doing something that's not working?
That's the definition of insanity.
That's insane.
That is, in fact, insane. But again, I think it's either... Again, like that's why I create content like this, is like somebody finds my video and they're like, oh my God.
Yeah, I don't have to go through that.
I don't have to do this. Telling me I don't have to
I'm not a douchebag for, you know.
Yeah, so I think it's just, you know, it comes down to like a simple process of like, do you believe overall in your life? Like, don't be hypocritical. Like if you have kids and they want to go and drink the chemicals under the thing and you go and take it away and you punish them and you yell at them and you put them in timeout and you take TikTok away. You can't do that. You can't be a hypocrite. Like it's if you love your dogs like you love your kids, which we all do, and I'm a parent now, so I can say that. I used to just speculate on that. They're obviously two different loves, but I love them both the same. And my kid, my son, and my dog depend on me to guide them into the right direction. And if you're somebody out there, that you could just have to think about how they live their life. Like, are they hypocritical or are they just trying to force an ideology? Like, are they just like, they're not sharing, like, that's the thing is like, it's one dimensional to some degree for them and not for us, for somebody who believes in both ends of the spectrum. Because I put out videos all day long about how to do positive reinforcement. Like, that's all I do.
It's the majority of it.
It's the majority of it. But then I'll put out a couple videos where some dogs are nasty, like that dog who's lived stressed for a year and they've tried everything until I'm like, yeah, we're going to correct this. And then now they can go for a walk with their dog. And it's like amazing.
Better animal welfare. So here's the thing. I think we've gotten to this point because people love their dogs and they want to give them the best level of welfare possible, right? They want to do the right thing. They want to give them the best welfare possible. So they're like, I think from everything I'm hearing, I need to do that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is animal welfare, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, animal welfare is not about the moment. It's about quality of life.
Throughout their whole life.
Throughout their whole life. It's what can you do on the balance to make the best of it for as long as possible with the least amount of stress. Right? So we got to think about welfare as the quality of life. And if you're going to force your dog to live on the end of a 6-foot leash for its entire life, doped up on drugs, being yelled at all the time, or isolated into the bedroom or the garage because nobody wants their dog around when company comes over, what a horrible life that is. Like, seriously, what a horrible life that is for that dog.
Yeah.
When you can do something different and be able to bond with your dog, have a freaking amazing relationship where you can go to the cottage together, they can run off leash, you can play fetch, you can wholeheartedly trust them on a solid recall, so you can give them so much more freedom that they earn because you trust them and you have a completely different relationship than just simply managing them. You can literally have an amazing, trustworthy relationship. That's a different level.
Yeah.
Like, that's good welfare. And I think people miss that boat because they're just so super focused on that, like, half a second.
Yeah.
Right?
Or what they read online. And you just have to, trust that's why I just feel bad. And that's why I wanted to talk to you, because I feel bad for dog owners who go down that road because it's devastating.
Yeah.
They have to get rid of their dog. They have to put their dog in a shelter because somebody told them that it's impossible and you shouldn't do anything else. And then they get into this road. So somebody like yourself, you're an animal welfare scientist with a PhD. How do you feel yourself about punishment?
Well, like our conversation, right? If applied fairly, properly, effectively, it actually increases the welfare of your animal. Why would you not? Why would you not want that, right?
Yeah. All right. I'm going to do a pee break.
Yeah, same here.
Right back. All right. So back from potty break.
Yeah.
So I think, again, it's healthy and needed to have these conversations. And like I said, I feel so bad for dog owners. And that's I could have had you on and we could have been like, hey, here's a scientist with a PhD in animal welfare. Her literal job is to make animals' lives better. And she also is a dog trainer and breeder and whatever. And I could say like, let's just talk shit about everyone who disagrees with what you're seeing. And I'm not interested in that. So I think it's important to have these conversations, and I just want it to be healthy. And I think going back to like our umbrella of like, when people ask me, I want to become a dog trainer, where do I start? I always say you have to understand the umbrella of dog training because it's so big that like, if you wanted to be a chef, okay, you want to be a chef, what type? Like people are like, well, I never really thought of that. I'm like, that's the same thing of like, it's the same thing as I'm like, are you hungry? You're like, yeah. I'm like, let's go get something to eat. Like, what are we eating? Like food. Like,
what kind of food?
What kind of food?
Yeah.
What are we eating here?
Exactly.
Like, so it's the same thing with dog training too, is there's like service dog. I mean, again, agility, therapy, behavior, obedience, basic obedience, puppy development,
pets,
working dogs. There's so many different dogs out there that do different things. There's dogs and owners that I know that their dogs don't even go inside. Like they've never been inside. And if they went inside, they would be so stressed and poop on themselves and pee on themselves and kill the cat and ruin your life. Out in their kennel, they're content. They're fine. They're wired that way. Their genetics. And that's the other thing too, is I don't think dog owners lovers understand the complexities of different breeds and what they're supposed to do because, there's dogs are savages. Like there's some dogs in like Texas and I don't know about Canada, but like they literally live outside their whole lives. They don't want to be inside. They'd rather live outside. They get let out. They go hunting and they kill pigs and boars.
It's like sled dogs. There are some sled dogs, that they live outside. They've got their shelter as long as you're, ethical about giving them the proper care, veterinary care, food, proper water, nutrition, shelter, and they're good. They're happy. You let them outside, they're happy. They want to sleep in the snow. They don't want to come in.
So it's the same, like, so from your point of view, it's like, what do you think of all this? Because I'm trying to have on, and I've opened, I open the invitation for anybody that wants to just have these conversations without conflict because I think it's healthy and like.
The conversation, so I think part of like a big reason of why there's all this disagreement and arguing in the first place is because we've never actually agreed on definitions of things. And that's really, really important. So again, if we want to go back to like a science-based perspective, if you were to run a study, research study, or write a paper or whatever, the most important thing to do right off the bat is formulate your hypothesis and then and then come up with definitions. So if you're going to measure behavior, you have to literally, word for word, write out the definition of what that behavior looks like. So like in an ethogram, for example, let's say our ethogram is like sit, down, come, heel, right? What does that mean and what does that look like? So part of the reason why I think we're having this argument is you might have these force-free trainers that say, well, I can train a recall using my method. And then you might say, well, so do I, and I can train a recall. And then somebody else says, well, I train a recall, and I also used a different method, or whatever it is. Person A's definition of a recall, I almost guarantee is not going to be the same thing as your definition of a recall, or my definition of a recall. Okay, so if you say, well, what is a trained dog? There is absolutely no sort of international standard agreement of what is a trained dog, right? Everybody says their dog's trained. Everybody believes their dog's trained, but they're trained to different levels and to different things. And so we can't say this methodology or this training method works and this one doesn't, because we can't even agree on what a trained dog means. So you'll go into somebody's house and they're like, oh yeah, Fido's trained. Look, sit, and he sits. And then, right, sit, give him a treat. He gets up, he's out of there, right? Whereas maybe, like a competition dog where you say sit, he's sitting and he's not moving for like half an hour unless you release him and you say, okay, or break. You know what I mean? Completely different. Or if you say, Joe Blow down the street says, oh yeah, my dog comes. Okay, we'll call him. And he says, Fido, come. come, Fido, come here. And he pats his leg and he does a song and dance and the dog eventually comes, but it takes like a minute and 32 seconds. And then he like derails and he goes around a tree, sniffs at some blades of grass. And then owner's, he's a little distracted right now. But then he comes to you and eventually he's like, see, he's trained, he comes. Whereas maybe to your definition, you're like, that is not a come. That is not a come, because when I issue the command come, you've got exactly 7 seconds from there to here, and you need to be right here looking at me. So it's like, define what that means. So like, define what a sit means. Okay, it means your butt hits the ground and your paws are here and your face is here and whatever, but you have to define it. So if your definition, you can't have an argument or a conversation about something if you don't agree on what that something actually looks like. So you might very well be right and say, no, my dog does come. And you might be very well right, and I might be very well right and saying, yeah, my dog does come too, and we're all right, but we're all wrong. Do you see what I mean? So until there's some actual agreement on what a trained dog looks like, how do we know if a system works or not? Because what that looks like, what the definition looks like, and how you define it, and what your level of expectation is, matters. So if you say something like, okay, well, if I ask you, okay, well, Tom, is your dog trained to a recall? Yes. Okay, well, what does that look like? Okay, well, the recall looks like this. I call him under any circumstance, if it's raining, if it's squirrels are falling out of the sky, if there's kids running around, there's a motorcycle, right? Yeah. And he's got 7 seconds to do it, and he needs to end off in the heel position. And he's not allowed to go anywhere else. He has to like beeline it. That's your definition, right? Not only is that important, because that's how you define it, so that we can agree upon, okay, well, if that's what you think a come is, then maybe my dog isn't, or right. is, okay? Then the other thing too is, how often does your dog need to perform that in order to say that he's reliably done that? So out of 100 calls, does he need to do it 95%? Like, is 95 out of 100 good enough? Or is 50% good enough, right? Because some people say, no, he knows how to come. But they call him 10 times, and like 6 times out of the 10, the dog like blows you off. He might come 4 times out of 10, and only in the living room. And it falls apart as soon as you go out into a public place in the park. Do you see what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's huge.
Definition matters, and level of reliability and rate of response really matters. And so these things, you have to define it. And until we can agree, here's the book. Here's the big global book of definition of what a trained dog looks like. Can we all agree around the table? Yes. Okay, now let's go and measure it. But what are you measuring? That's part of the issue. It's not the same thing. Like if you're running like, I don't know, a medical trial for like a new pharmacological drug, and you're like, oh, we take this drug to see if, it lowers your blood pressure or whatever. You can take a whole panel of people, take what their initial blood pressure is. It's a number. It's an actual number, right? And then you give them maybe, 30 days or something on the drug, and then you take it again. There's another number. There's measurable metrics. You know exactly what you're measuring, or if you're pulling blood, you know exactly what your glucose levels or whatever. They're actual numbers, and you can compare them. And we all agree around the world what that should look like. So it's kind of like if you said that, well, have you been diagnosed with diabetes? Well, we know what that looks like. If you go to a doctor here, he's going to tell if you have diabetes, he's going to be able to tell you that through a panel of different tests. And if you go to Germany or you go to Africa or you go wherever, there isn't going to be one place that you go to where they say, no, you don't have diabetes. And here, yes, you do. No, but it's internationally agreed upon what those levels ought to be, right? It's like, okay, well, if your levels are over 6.5 or something, you got type 1 diabetes, or you have type 2, or whatever it is. It's like there's that consensus, right? That there's an actual scientific consensus of what's within the boundaries. And if you fall outside of it on either side, it's quite probable that you can be diagnosed with this or that. And if you fall within that realm, we agree that you are or are not. We don't have that for dog training. We don't have numbers like that. We don't have agreed definitions. And so we can have this argument for the next, 500 years, and we're going to get nowhere because we haven't agreed on an international definition of what a trained dog looks like, and then all the components that fall underneath that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a good point, too, because if you look at, like, somebody's, again, like if you watch videos or you even go to work with them in person, and you're the client, you're the dog owner, and that's what this is about, right? Mm-hmm. Is they say, like, okay, you've taken an aggressive dog, and that's like a definition, too, that needs to be defined.
What does that mean?
My aggressive dog is much different than what other people put out content on an aggressive dog.
Yeah, yeah.
My dog actually has a bite history and is mandated by the state to be in front of me to see if it should live or die and if it's dangerous.
Right.
Your aggressive dog has a muzzle because they nip people.
Yeah.
So again, and it's the same thing as like, that's such a good point. When it comes down to the science about the consistency in what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. Because if you're talking about something different and I'm talking about something different, but we both say the same thing and we're arguing, we're going to just do a circle like this, like a one-legged duck.
Yeah,
whoop,
going
whoop,
around and
whoop,
around,
whoop.
Which is why somebody say, oh, well, I don't know why you're using that method. I've clearly been able to, cure an aggressive dog.
What is the aggressive dog and what is your cure?
Exactly, right?
Because if your cure is hiding behind cars for the rest of your life, we have a different conversation.
Yeah.
My cure is actually emotionally and physically helping the dog through the process to see if they can make better decisions sustainably.
Right.
Your definition is managing it, avoiding situations.
Mm-hmm. Or medicating it or whatever, right?
So that's a really good point is we have to define, and that's generally what happens. That's what I was talking about like, I'm just seeing these profiles of these Instagrams of like what they're virtue signaling, like who they are and what they believe in. And then I'm looking at their dogs. I'm like, that is the sloppiest sit, heel, down stay I have ever seen in my life. So for you to come on my page and tell me that my training methods are worse than yours or different or bad.
And your level of acceptability is so low.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
It's not the same bar.
It's not the same bar. It's not even in the same stratosphere.
But that's it, right? And sometimes you'll get people to talk to you and they're like, oh, I have a really aggressive dog. He's out of control. Like you hear that, like,
oh yeah,
he is out of control. And when you listen to the person talking to you, you're like, oh man, this sounds like a disaster. Mm-hmm. Like I'm going to have a really hard time with this one. Oh, I'm going to get ready. And then you meet the dog. You're like, really?
Yeah.
Like, this is your big disaster? Like, this is not hard to fix. Like, really, it's not. It's because that's the only thing they know. Mm-hmm. They have nothing to compare it to.
Or what they've been told.
Right? Meanwhile, you've seen like 3,000 dogs and they've had this one dog. Right. That's apparently out of control and they have no good resources to know how to fix that and really what's happening. Yeah. So definitions I think is a massive roadblock for this industry in general, just because we don't agree on what that should look like.
Yeah. It's such a good point. And also too, like the definition of outcomes too. So again, if we talk about what I talked about earlier about like, we can all agree like, oh, well, my scientific studies in my piece of paper here says that correcting dogs cause stress. And when I reward a dog, it doesn't. Therefore, I'm rewarding the dog backed by science. And then over here says, well, correcting your dog causes stress. But then when you look around the room and you all go, can we all agree that correcting a dog for trying to kill something is going to be stressful for the dog?
Yes.
And then we're all go, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so again, we kind of come back down to this conversation of like, you're not wrong, but like you also have to stay in your lane and understand like, and that's I've really crossed that in my mind so many times that when I hear somebody say like, and again, this is maybe ego coming out, which is a real big thing for dog trainers because everyone around you is telling you how good you are. And you're like, that was as easy as ever. I must be okay. So it's a thing, you have to like really consider. But like somebody's like, oh, well, you should never do this. And you shouldn't. And it's like, it's constantly like this argument of like, let me bring you this dog. Let me get this dog that's going to make you very uncomfortable. Let me put this dog in front of you, and I want you to go flip through your pages and your science and all the positive reinforcement you've done. And I want to take this dog that is actively trying to hurt you and everyone around you.
Let's see how that goes.
I want to see how that goes. And that's like...
Incomplete science, by the way. I'm not even saying that it's not. I'm
Meaning?
saying it's just incomplete.
Yeah.
The evidence that's out there, like the surveys we talked about and the research studies that are out there, they're out there. It's very few. And the few that are out there are not done properly.
Well, they're not done
They're
properly
fraught with flaws, like so many flaws.
because of the fact of the variables of e-collars causes stress, positive reinforcement doesn't. What e-collar are you using? Who used the e-collar? Were they conditioned on it or not? What levels were you at? What
What's
motivations
the
were you
definition
using?
of the outcome?
Right. So there's that. So that's why, like, anybody that brings like science, I'm going to push that aside politely until you're ready to have a responsible conversation. And we're going to train dogs next to each other, not to prove who's right or wrong, but I want to see you work with a dog that I deem aggressive, and I want to work with a dog that you deem aggressive.
Right.
And we're going to go back and forth, and we're going to see, how the dog responds to a millisecond of corrections versus going outside, running around, doing whatever that happens. And I don't want to poop. I don't want to sound like poo-pooing that, because if it works, great. I have just seen over the years, clients come in, like this is again, evidence-based and just confidence in general, where I know for a fact as a dog owner and a dog, like that's the thing is like, I lean more towards using tools because that's what works for my clients over time. It's not the only thing I use. And in fact, the usage of those tools are
It's a small percentage.
it's the smallest percentage you can ever think of. It's literally 1 to 100.
Yeah, yeah.
Like if you spend 1 hour with a dog, my corrections accumulate less than 2 seconds.
Yeah, yeah.
It's crazy.
Exactly.
That's
It's
how
a very small proportion of the time.
clear and concise a correction can do, which we've already exampled. It's not just me theory and talking about it in paper and people I agree with, people who agree with me. It's like, now I'm going to show you this over and over and over and over and over again.
There's that replication.
Yeah, and it's also just the replication of people coming in and saying, we tried this and this didn't work. We tried that. And as a dog trainer and somebody who cares for dogs deeply and the love of dog training, which is why I have this shirt on that says dog training is art, because I think it is. It's not a box. It's not a regulated thing to say this is the only way to do something. It's like if you told the Lumineers how they had to play their songs, or if you told Elvis how he had to. Actually, they tried to do that with Elvis and it didn't work out. Right? They said it's illegal for you to shake your hips, and that's how we know Elvis as Elvis today. Right? My point is if you take somebody who has an innate skill to do something, again, ethically, sustainably. All of the things that we need to say, I have a problem, can you solve it? And they say yes, and they do it over and over and over and over and over again. That's then the conversation of like, okay, this is working.
Yeah.
And but that's what I've again been like, I struggle to find anybody out there that understands the longevity of if we continue to argue with one another, then
The dogs suffer ultimately.
dogs and the dog owners suffer.
Yeah.
So, like, where do you think this is going to go if tools, like in countries where tools are banned, like they saw a direct correlation in the UK once they, I forget what they did, and I shouldn't even say it.
Getting eaten.
Yeah, the sheep getting eaten, and like there was this correlation of like they're going to ban the usage of remote collars of dogs because in the UK, so in like I can only talk for like the London area, like the outskirts of London, because that's where I've spent a lot of time doing seminars, and it's all owned by it's all privately owned, but then they have these pathways that they're like, yeah, you guys can all use this because my family's on this for 100 years, and like, yeah, you can walk through our paths, right? However that works. And then, so my point is there's a lot of off-leash dogs. And so there's a lot of livestock being killed by off-leash dogs. And from my understanding from people who have told me this, I don't know for sure, so I apologize if this is incorrect, that they banned what they did is they made it legal for
Certain usages.
No. Yes and no.
Yeah.
The first thing is they made it legal for farmers and agricultural farmers to shoot on site dogs if they were harassing their livestock. But then what they did is they told dog owners, we are now banning and making it illegal and punishing you if you use equipment that helps your dog recall off of livestock. So I'm sitting there as a dog lover, pissed.
Yeah.
As a dog trainer, professional, confused. And I was like, why? That's interesting how that all of a sudden correlated. It's kind of like what we talked about earlier. We're like, oh, all of a sudden this association and this school put out this thing to say this is how to train. And by the way, if you're interested in training with us, here's your application. And it's like, okay, interesting. So they saw, from my understanding, they saw a correlation of livestock continuing to either.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It went one way. I think. I don't want to talk about it because I don't know exactly what happened, but it was like this weird correlation where they, in parts of the UK, they made it legal for agricultural farmers to shoot dogs on site, but then they make it illegal for dog owners to use the usage of remote collars that help them train their dogs off leash.
For sure.
So it was really like the politics are confused there, I think, because it's like you guys understand that now what we're doing is we're just going to, dogs are going to have to be on leash, so they're not going to be able to exert their energy, which is going to go full circle. Like now my border collie can't get enough energy. They're going to start biting people at home, whatever.
Yeah.
And or the dogs are going to be shot and killed. So it's like this lose-lose for the dog.
You know what's really weird too is the whole, well, you can't use e-collars because, it's shocking. For dogs. Mm-hmm. They've not made it illegal to get rid of electric fencing for cattle. Mm-hmm. Or for horses, or for other type of livestock. So it's fully acceptable to use it for those animals, but it's not okay to use it for dogs.
And in your background, it would be...
So where's the science? If it was truly scientific, then it would apply across the board. But no, it only applies to pet owners. It doesn't apply to the other animals that, can you imagine if they got rid of like electric fencing for horses and cattle?
Well, that's what I was going to ask is...
The chaos? Like, how are you going to do that?
Well, they'd either have to do two things, right? They'd either run away or they would have to be stuck in their stall all day or barn, right?
Or you could positively train your cattle to not leave the field, I suppose.
To chase the clover on the other side of the road.
Yes, I don't know. It sounds like a disaster to me.
Yeah.
But see, what I mean is like a lot of it's just like random, it seems like random cultural rules that like don't have universal applicability. It's weird.
I think that there is always something behind it. Like I always think that there's somebody's going to benefit. Either it's political. Like I remember when I think PetSmart or Petco or whoever, like they did this Ban the Shock campaign in the States. And it was so interesting because they did this campaign for Ban the Shock and whatever, but they still kept their invisible fences.
That's what I mean.
They still kept their bark collars. They still kept all the other things that stress dogs out, right? Like literally anything that you can think of. But then they hyper-focused their target marketing on their dog training program because they realized how much money continuing to be in because they don't, and I'm not again poo-pooing any type of trainer because it doesn't matter. Like I've met some really great PetSmart trainers, but then I've also like seen some stuff. I'm like, oh my God, how is this real? Real, right? How is this real? So I always think that there's like this back door that sometimes we don't see on the forefront of why these things happen. I mean, we could talk all day about how politically that happens in both of our countries, where it's like all of a sudden this is happening, and then, or like the dog food industry in the States for sure. Like there's certain brands that will give veterinarians a little bit of money if they're like, you need to feed this, and you're like, I don't really want to. They're like, feed this, and I'm like,
it's in the clinic. On the shelf.
Yeah. I'm like, which makes sense, right? From a business standpoint, owning a couple of businesses myself, it makes sense. Okay, you're going to have dog owners and cat owners or whatever in the clinic, and you're going to sell other things like cones and Seresto collars and food and stuff like that. Yeah. But again, like it's hard because they don't have a lot of like, they don't have a ton of experience with, most of them don't have a ton of experience with very specific nutrition. It's the same thing with behavior. Like there's some really good vets that I've come to be close with. I told you about my cousin is a vet, and we have lovely conversations just about animals in general and the love and passion that we share. And then there's conflicting things sometimes where veterinarians kind of go outside of their lane and they start suggesting behavioral advice. And that's, sometimes they're just trying to help. Yeah. And they're just like, well, maybe this, maybe that. Yeah. But we have to understand that veterinarians, and historically, typically, generally, behaviorist job is to not train your dog. is to diagnose, specifically with like behaviorists, generally is to diagnose the problem and to then give you some, I mean, there's been some really great behaviorists that actually do boots on the ground, but they're kind of, and this is just from experience from my dog owners. They come in, they tell me all this. So I don't know. It's not firsthand. So, but it's like people just like the nutritional stuff, like for behavior with vets. In the United States, there was like, I think the biggest program that any college has that offers behavior for vet students is like 2 weeks. I think it's in like Michigan or something. That's the largest amount of education any small practice veterinarian college has or university has for behavior.
Yeah, it's like a week in their entire which is fine because that's not
what they do.
That's not what they do.
Exactly.
They've got diseases to treat. They've got bones to mend. They've got other things to do. They're not trainers.
Yeah, it's just...
Otherwise, they'd be trainers.
But again, it's just like, I don't know. Just, I think at the end of the day, it's important for discussion to happen and for people not to say like, because I could say, look at all the evidence. I don't need to talk to anybody about anything. I could say that. I'm not going to say that because I like to have these conversations to kind of fumble around like what is really going on, because we're going to discover, I think, as we continue to do this and doors start to open, we're going to discover these things. You know, I remember this one post again, like I'm on the, like, so the I don't know if you guys have the Today Show or whatever, but I'm on the Today Show often. Like there was one point where I was on every month for an entire year, including Good Morning America and all these other things. And they need an expert, and I'm very comfortable in front of the camera and I can kind of like do things on the fly, I feel like. So it was like a really nice mutual conversation and professional agreement that we had, and or not agreement, but just they'd always call me, you know, if they needed that. Yeah, it was cool.
That's really good.
It was cool. So I did that like for a long time, but I guess my point is like, you know, I never went on there like trying to tell people what to do and what not to do. But again, like I think there's certain like I remember my point by saying that is I remember like that being like for some reason the balanced dog training community. I was in People Magazine too, so I had a 2-page article in People Magazine, not digital. It was printed.
Oh, cool.
And digital, which was really cool. And I just remember so many people that didn't believe in telling their dog no got so upset about it because they were like, all these other people should be here instead of him. And I'm like, but I'm there though. Like they're not.
Why not?
I was there. Like I did it, you know?
Yeah.
And so, but then I remember like the New York Times came out, like this one journalist who, I don't remember the article or when it was, but I remember, I think it was a female, and she went to training and she had this like puppy that was working on things, and she went to training and they were like, never do X, Y, and Z because of these reasons. This is all you need for this puppy. And I remember she published and wrote an article, I believe it was New York Times, where she was like, you should only use positive reinforcement to train you.
I've read a lot of stuff like that.
And I was like, that is so dangerous.
Yes.
Unethical, unprofessional.
Totally misleading.
By like so many degrees, because they're saying like, hey, dog owners of the world.
Yeah.
You should, and it's the same thing that we're talking about. Like they use this gigantic publication. The reason why I mentioned Today and People and all that stuff is because I never went on there and talked about my personal beliefs and how I've been successful, because I'm not interested. I could have used that. Those platforms are gigantic, millions and millions and millions and millions. And I do it all the time. And I'm next to very, very, very like celebrity-esque type, you know, Martha Stewart. And like I'm sharing the green rooms with all these people, and I could be out there being like, look, I don't care about, that's like weird. I'm not going to be that person. I didn't use the People magazine in front of, I was in every single business in the United States for about 3 weeks because of the People magazine. Like I was in front of millions of people, and that was an amazing achievement, but I didn't use it to say my personal beliefs, because that's unethical. Because if and it goes both ways. If I said in that People, they said, hey, Tom, like, what's your biggest training advice? And I was like, oh, now's my chance. Okay. Get a prong collar and get an e-collar and train your dog. That's unethical for me to do, because if Joe Schmo goes out,
uses it wrong.
Of course. And they will.
Yeah.
But that's not the conversation that should be had. The conversation that needs to be had is, okay, we all can agree that like punishment works. Like there's nobody on both ends of the spectrum on either side who says punishment doesn't work. There's just some that believes that it's not sustainable, when again, I have more evidence backing that that's not true than they have published there. So at the same time, I also understand like how you can use equipment terribly wrong and mess a dog up considerably.
Right.
But I also talk about how you can mess a dog up using food luring and food in general. And like, so that's like a conversation again, like that is so interesting to me, that how dangerous these journalists and news outlets can get is where they write an article or they write in and they say like, hey, this is like, there's these people out there that are shocking dogs into submission.
Yeah.
And these puppies are being, just these really like far-fetched, again, like dramatic things that just probably aren't true. And then the news picks it up and, whatever. And it's like, it's so like, again, it's not fair, but it's also like, you can look at it subjectively, you can look at it objectively, but it's really like who you talk to and who you know. And again, like, it's just bizarre to me how these things can happen without a conversation. But I think that that's just life too, right? Like,
it's whoever controls the media. It's whoever
Right.
controls the conversation.
Yeah.
Right. It's if you control the conversation, then you have the ability to get in there and show some other types of evidence. If you don't get a chance to represent, you'll never be heard. And then so all that's ever bombarded out there is don't do this. And if you do it, you're a total douchebag. Right.
Didn't I read that you had some conversations with some media outlets, some magazines, and you were like, I'd really like to have this conversation. It was like a scientist-based behavioral magazine, and they were like, nah, we're not gonna talk to you.
Yes.
So
I did.
Because my friend Will had the same
ago.
thing. He went to get his master's, I think his PhD in animal behavior, and he was starting to talk to the professors and the leads, and he was like, hey, we need to start having these conversations because I know that you historically don't believe in punishment for some of these maybe outdated protocols, but I want to show you what we're now doing with prong collars and remote collars. And they were like, step back, bud.
How the technology's evolved, how our understanding of the usage has evolved, and
how much trainers have gotten better.
Yeah, we've all gotten better and we've learned a lot more, right? And there was, I remember going to it was like Chapters. Do you guys have that? It's Indigo. That?
Indigo sounds like a hotel.
It's a big like magazine and book store.
Okay. We have Barnes and Nobles.
Yeah, well, it'd be like that. Okay. So I went in and there's like this massive section of magazines. There's like the food and wine and all that and animals and travel. And they had a whole bunch of dog magazines. And I remember this was like years ago. I was like, man, it'd be really good. Like, I wonder if be able to submit just a commentary, or if we could have some conversation, opening up like just a little box in there. Like, is there any way I can contribute to this? Can I like get in touch with the editor and say, can we have like an article exploring training in all of its depths, right? Can we have that conversation? Can we talk about that? Can I contribute some sort of article to that? And I went to 3 different magazines, dog magazines, training magazines, and they said no. And they said, we can't go there. We don't want to go there because it is, what did they say? I don't remember the exact words, but it was like, it is a contradiction to the values of our readers.
So they said they didn't want to lose money. If it doesn't align with our readers, we don't.
Yeah, it didn't align with the values of the readers. So they're like, no, sorry. Right? And I was like, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, even if there is evidence, or even if there is like an honest intention of having some, good discussion, like respectful, good, honest discussion objectively, without getting, emotive about it, can we do that? And they weren't even open to that because it didn't align with the values of the readers. And it's like, how do you deal with that? Like, how do you work with that? And how do you make any headway? Like, it's really hard.
Well, again, I think, to be fair too, I think like if I was a Democrat and I went to like a Republican outlet, like if I was a Democrat and I went to Fox News and I said, hey, I want to talk some shit about Trump, they'd be like, no.
Yeah.
Because the people that watch this aren't going to like that, which I get. But again, I think it comes back down to the amount of almost brainwashing that some people have gone through. And I have documents Abby and I have been working on where clients have come in and they were literally like, we feel like we've been brainwashed. Like, I was told that punishing and using any type of aversive is going to
do X, Y, and Z.
Detriment
Right.
our entire relationship.
Yeah.
And they're like, we just feel really like insecure about, what we need to do and we don't want to mess it up. And I'm like, guys, I understand that. And I'm sorry that you went through that. I was like, let me walk you through this process. And if at any point,
You're uncomfortable with it.
at any point,
Yeah.
you're uncomfortable, you don't understand,
Yeah.
and it doesn't make sense, let me know.
Yeah.
And we go through the process.
Yeah.
And then I kind of have a conversation with them and it's like this whole like,
This is what's happening.
yeah. And then it comes down to like, they were like, we had no idea. And they were like, we wasted so much time because your dog lives once,
Yeah. For a short lifetime.
a very
Right.
short, like, let's say we on average live to 80
Yeah.
and you have a dog on average that lives till 10.
Yeah.
So you'll have like, depends on like how many dogs, like my point is like your selection of your dog and how you live your life with your dog and how your dog feels emotionally and physically is dependent on how you put together things, not about how the internet feels.
Yeah.
And if you go down a rabbit hole because of how somebody feels and they're just from their, and I'm like that too. I get in my soapbox in my podcast and I'm just like spewing out all of this information and I'm passionate about it, but it's also like, I have information. I have evidence from dog owners and dogs, not a piece of paper or a study done in a lab.
In the long term.
Yeah. And the long-term effects
Yeah.
that it continues to have. Every single dog that continues to come to our group class that couldn't be around other dogs.
Yeah.
And it's not even, and like to me and like other balanced dog trainers or other dog trainers in general, probably nodding their heads like, man, this is like church because that's what we do day in and day out.
Yeah.
A dog comes in with a little problem and we understand like, okay, we got to help you. We got to coach you. We got to, we got to do all the necessary things to be successful. And then they go from, again, like that video I was showing you, we go from not being able to be around another dog to then going into group class, going into daycare, and they've been working on it for years, months, etc. And it's like, man, I'm so sad that you wasted that much time. And I'm very ashamed of any human out there that has tricked you into these, and we see it on an international level.
Yeah.
And we see it on a local level. Like, it's interesting, the local, it's just crazy how it all unfolds.
Think about the percentage of time of that dog's life that was wasted, though. Like, when you're talking 2 years, and that's pretty common. Like,
Struggling.
people struggling, right? 2 years. Like, percentage-wise of a dog's life, that's huge. Like, you've wasted a lot of time. You can't get that time back. It's precious.
Very.
You know?
Very. And also, too, it's like, I think it's important too to understand like how you should find the dog trainer, like how, like dog owners who are listening to this and even dog trainers, like how should you seek out, like, because again, we can talk all day about how nasty it is out there and how malicious it can be, how confusing it can be, how
the guilt and the shame and all of that.
Yeah. And so you're just like, well, then who's right and who's wrong? And I just tell people all the time to like, go with your stomach, go with your gut.
Yeah.
If you're working with somebody who isn't yielding results
Yes.
and what they're saying doesn't make sense,
Yeah.
you just need to break up with that conversation.
Yeah.
And I've taught people how to do that often. And it's just like, hey, we're not really seeing results. We're going to try a different path or, we'll reach back out. And again, you can't get that time back, but I think it's healthy for people out there who, and that's, for me, that's what it comes back down to. But if you're looking for a dog trainer, again, like, because there's some really silly people who use tools and they're terrible. They're just so bad.
Yeah,
and
don't go there.
It's hard for me to like, again, because I kind of wear the hat of, I'm just a dog lover.
Yeah.
And I can look at somebody and be like, why is your prong collar at your dog's neck or on your dog's chest?
Yeah, I know.
Why is
like
your
a
e-collar
necklace.
like hanging off?
Yeah.
Like, why'd you pay $30 for
Right.
that? But then there's the dog trainer in me that also has to like, be a little bit more like, I'm going to look the other way on that one. Like, because I don't want to, because then like for me, sometimes as a creator, in the space that has a platform, it's hard for me to also like defend myself, because then it's like, okay, somebody big is now playing victim, or somebody big is like picking on somebody. Like when somebody comes to my page and says and talk shit, and then I'm like, you're not going to do that here. And if I feel like cheeky enough during the day to be like respond to them, they're like, oh, you're just you're just picking on blah, blah, blah. And like, if I was picking on you, I would screenshot this, share it with my fans. You'd get 100 different messages. People would find out where you live. And like, I would never utilize my army to do that to make me feel good. But I do feel like from my standpoint, I'd be interested to hear like your standpoint of, I guess, somebody who like is a little bit more behind the scenes on like just training dogs and like breeding and, like, what are you seeing on the internet that scares you the most for dog trainers and maybe dog owners, and what should they look out for, and what things should they like red flag immediately, or anything else?
Everything that we've talked about, I would red flag anybody who automatically starts off by saying, you should never. Just that alone. Like, you should never feed this or do that or do it. Because life isn't you should never. Like, you should never is just not something that's very helpful in real life. You know what I mean? Like, what you should do is do what works for you in the most ethical and sustainable way. Mm-hmm. Right? That works for you, that makes you feel good, that makes your dog feel good, that yields you results. That's the best way to go. You know, it's almost like feeding too. It's like, well, what should I feed my dog, or what should I not feed my dog? Feed your dog what works for your dog.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Feed what works. You're going to know your dog better than anybody else. If your dog has allergies, you know. If they're better on this protein or that, you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, at the end of the day, it's your job to know your dog.
Yeah. And also too, like, that's something like I believe in, flexibility in what works for you. And again, like, that's hard for me too, is like, I didn't ask to have this platform. It just developed around me. And so like, I did this podcast and I talk openly about like my raw diet feeding. Cause people are like, Tom, you're an expert, and what do you feed your dog? And I'm like, I feed my dog a raw diet.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to sit here and say like, you have to feed your dog a raw diet.
Right.
It's the same thing about my training philosophy. Like, I'm not down, like, people may think, I don't know, maybe not, maybe some people are like this, but like, I'm not down there telling people like, why are you wearing that harness? Why are you letting your dog choke themselves out? Like, I don't give unsolicited advice. If you're on my page and you're watching and you're interested, and if it works, intake it, use it, help your dog. If it doesn't, move on. I'm not interested in.
I don't want to fight with anyone. Yeah,
no.
That's the thing. I don't want to get caught up in the drama. And it's just like, this alone is very, like, this is anxiety provoking for me, you know, because like, I do not want to get into like any types of wars about anything. It's like, just like you, I'm an animal lover. I love dogs. They're my heart and soul. I want to do the best that I can for them.
Yeah.
I want them to have the best quality of life, and care for them and give them the best quality of like the highest welfare possible. And I'm going to do that the best way that I know. Right, professionally and personally.
And your experience, that's the thing.
And yeah, and the experience.
I think that's important, is like, that's why I said with that raw food, like, I remember this one person was like, Tom, stick to dog training. Don't give people advice about raw diets. Mm-hmm. I was on a podcast with an individual who developed his own raw food company. Oh. And he worked with several different veterinarians and several different nutritionists to develop it. And like, he spent his whole life developing like this program. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I'm just telling people, I'm just sharing like
what you do.
I'm just sharing people's experience. Like, if somebody's out there, they're like, I'm really struggling with my dog. And I'm like, hey, have you tried this? They're like, no. And then they try it. Like, I could go through right now on my phone between TikTok, Instagram, messages, DMs, whatever. And I can just read off like, so, you know, and it's beautiful. And I'm like, thank you. Like, cause it's evergreen. I put it out there, and the videos that I made 5 years ago, and people are still watching those, and they're still like, this has changed my life. Perfect. And if it can change one person's life,
my dog's better off for it. We have a better relationship a year later.
Yeah.
We're like, he's running and having a great life.
And I just share those experiences.
That's awesome.
But then I think what happens is the people who get triggered by that are the people who disagree.
Yeah.
And it's like, you can't argue with, like, my St. Bernard lived till he was 12. He was healthy. Orthopedically, the vet thought he was 4. That's why they were confused of what was going on with him.
That's awesome.
Beautiful dog, lived a healthy 12 years. My other dog, a mix, she was 18, pushing 19.
Oh my God.
Raw fed. My Dutchie right now is about to turn 7 or 8. And she's still a puppy, like, running around. And I just tell people, like, hey, you don't have to feed your dogs McDonald's every day. There's other options out there. I've used this and it's been really helpful. And people get offended by that because they're like, well, that's not what the vet says. That's not what science says. And I go, I respect veterinarians. I respect scientists. I respect anybody that's trying to, like, give people more information to better their dog's life. But how can you tell me that I'm wrong when I've sat here and I've had my dogs live? I've had clients specifically have an old age dog. There was this German Shepherd that was 10 years old. I'll never forget it. And he couldn't really walk. He was really arthritic and just lots of inflammation and having a really tough time. He was a large German Shepherd too. He was overweight, Yeah. And I remember she switched to raw diet, and her dog was running after a couple weeks or months on the raw diet. And I was like,
good for you.
I don't need anybody to tell me
what
that.
Worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're better off for it. So that's the outcome for me. As a welfare, the outcome is, are they better off for it? Are they better off for it in the long run?
Yeah.
Do they have a better quality of life? If the answer is yes, then continue doing it. If it didn't work for you, don't do that and switch to something else. It's not rocket science.
We probably could have had you on and you could have said that and we could have ended it. But I think I want to give context for people who are saying, like, well, what about these things? What about these people who are saying this? And I think we've covered that really extensively of, like, again, like, look at their dog, look at their training, look at where their evidence is coming. Is there evidence coming from an online organization?
Right.
Or is there evidence coming from client after client after client after client after client after client?
The best thing to do is actually for clients to talk to other clients.
Yeah.
That's the best thing, because then they get real feedback, right? Because if somebody's nervous, they're like, I don't know, I'm really nervous about this prong collar thing. I've heard that it really shuts them down and, like, creates all this fear and actually makes them more aggressive and a bit scared to try it. Go find somebody who's done that and ask them, did it shut your dog down? Did it create aggression? Has your relationship suffered? Is your dog terrified of you? Is he cowering in the corner? How did it work out for you? And if they're like, man, that's awesome. Like, I wish we had done this 2 years ago. It's great. We go camping together. It's awesome. And he's happier than ever. And his welfare's skyrocketed because he's earned so much more freedom. And we have a great life together. If that person can tell you that, and person after person after person tells you the same thing.
Yeah. That's all you need.
That's
all you need. If you're eating
evidence.
If you're eating a steak and potatoes in front of you and you're like, this is the best steak and potatoes I've ever had, and then somebody else eats it and they're like, this is the worst, it shouldn't affect you. You're still like, this is great.
Love this.
I love this.
Yeah.
This is much
what
better.
I want.
This is great.
Yeah.
Like, give me another one. And the person next to you is like, this is terrible. This is the worst. And I listened to this podcast that said these things about red meat and steak and potatoes, and you're like, look, man, like, if it doesn't work for you and get something,
it's
like, waiter, they're not happy.
My cholesterol's okay. And you know what I mean? Again, it's like, what are your outcomes? Do what works for you.
Well, this has been a enlightening conversation, and I appreciate you jumping on and hanging out with us. And like I said, we're really happy to sit down and do this because I just wanted it to be, like, for me, again, I just wanted this for the people and for myself to kind of have a conversation with a scientist with a PhD in animal welfare to just tell people that it's okay to tell your dog no. It's okay to it's okay to enforce things. It's okay to also understand that there's a lot of science that's out there being really publicized by people, and there's surveys that are being done internally that all have the same bias. And so you just have to look at that with a grain of salt, because I do feel bad for people who are like confused. Because they're, again, so why don't you just tell people, where they can find your training and anything else you want to plug away, now is a good time.
So you can look on, we're on Instagram and we're on Facebook under Black Kraken Canine. And yeah, you can find us there. You can shoot us an email or a message anytime. Be really happy to hear from more people.
Yeah.
And you know, we have a litter coming up, I guess, early next year. Always looking for really good people who want to work dogs.
Yeah.
who want to make training a lifetime, and something that they enjoy doing. So it'd be really interesting to have, expand our network. I'm really happy to be here, and thank you for inviting me. It's been a great conversation. It's really good to help just have these conversations, like you said, just really nice to be able to talk in a really safe space. You know, that's really important. Because I think that's what's really missing out there right now is people, even if they feel a certain way, they're afraid.
Yeah.
They're like afraid to say anything because they don't want to be judged, right?
Yeah.
And they don't want to be hated on, and they don't want to have all this hate mail. It's like, it's terrible. It's a terrible space to be in.
Yep.
And I wouldn't want that for anyone. And that's not what we're here for.
Right.
Just want to help people.
It's definitely not
Help
what
their
we're
dogs.
here for. Other
So,
people
I don't want that. I don't want to get into that.
can't control other people and what they do, but I think this is going to provide value for everybody. So we appreciate you coming on, and I'll list all of your information in the description for people. They can check you out and send you all the love, and appreciate you coming on. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for listening and watching. Thank you, Abby, for producing and helping and hanging out.